How's it going? Gotta do my usual setup and right back to game dev. Never enough time to game dev in every day. Would that there was infinite, my life would be so much better. But alas, not so much. But hey, you know. If I ever go pro, right? Could happen. Maybe. Okay, start with music like that. Ugh. Like some weird noise in this playlist that needs to be removed from it. I suspect the road to build up on old kick over here is going to take me a minute. I'm all looking at like, well, maybe someday. It's going to be a long someday, I'm sure. It's okay. No extra work to stream there too, right? YouTube links up. Oh, the Discord links up. And that. When I'm streaming. Okay. And start up social stream. Should be gold. Oh, and to-do list, got it already. Oh. Well, it didn't tell it to stream to the other source. Alright. Well, okay, I guess YouTube sees that and the other two did. Anyway. Messages have been sent everywhere, even before I logged on. Beautiful. You're reading YouTube, buddy. There we go. I don't know why Kick doesn't start auto muted. It's like me monitoring the background, but I don't need to hear myself unless I want to hear myself. Oops, not what I want. What? Where's the live? Did I not grab the right link? I might not have. Oops. Oopsie. Here we go. Smart. I almost didn't actually have myself streaming to my own Discord. I was like, okay, well, making my life hard, as always. Okay. Now I can begin. Hey, Bard. First again, I see. Always appreciated. How's your day going? Used to actually be a level instance too. Wonder if I can level instance this and make it more efficient or not. I'm about to find out. I don't know if it's true or not, but I'll call this L theme. All right. We open the thing for that. The game needs more steam in it. It's steampunk, right? Ain't no steam in this game. Why did you sort like this? No, because this is level, that's why. Dumb. The end has come. Oh god. All these decals have the wrong H load. My bad. No. Are you done? All right. Couldn't see it. Very challenging. Actually. Before I copy it a bunch of times. Now let's see if this is more efficient than just having the particle all over the place, you know? Might be. Gotta remember I had like a break in the pipe right there, so it looks like it's coming out of a break in a pipe. I'm curious what the FPS is right now, and then I'll start adding more and see how it goes. Not amazing, but I mean, there's so many particles in here as is, so I'm not surprised. I can help improve it a little bit though. That's floating in the air over there. Both of them are. 4 of them are, yeah. Wait, where'd the particles go? Oh, they're over here. I was like, Did they vanish? I'm just gonna test a bunch of them just to see what happens. This is a forge smoke. It's a different one entirely. Right? Yeah. Curious. Come on. This is the forge smoke. Okay. There's no H load on this, right? Of course not. I don't want H load on this particular one. I want gears and everything all over the place. I want none of this regular emitters. I just want it to be all about the others. Could actually have her inside of Steam instead. Curious what that would even look like. You can't really spread this out too much, unfortunately, because of the way it works. I don't know how good that is. I should probably make a Tesla coil for each of the different rooms that it's going to be in. It'd probably be a lot more efficient memory-wise. Not sure I want Tesla coils in every corner. Also, this could probably be smaller and look nicer too, for that matter. 20. I really want those at every corner. I don't think I do. This one kind of sucks. This one's like 1,000 times better. Ever inside of smoke. Inside of sparkles? Is that what we're doing? Probably the other direction, actually. Is that even true? Oh, that's true. Like 10 or something. These ones are so much better. Really highlights the old curves, doesn't it? If the FPS gets way worse after putting a bunch more in here. Yeah, I don't know if it is. Maybe. There are a lot of particles in this area. A lot of particles. To be fair, I can close this window out here for the max FPS I was going to get while streaming. It's actually basically the same. The level instances are like the best method of optimization. Well, the static mesh actor, the packed static mesh levels or whatever are obviously better if it's just static meshes, but we're not doing static meshes for everything. Yeah, I think this room's working out okay. I'm just gonna start putting all the rooms from like one side to the other. Maybe I'll start from the corner here, or I can just start from here and go around. And there's like 5 on each of these sides, and then there says 18 total. I could have a couple down here as well. You just kind of cover all my bases. Ditch the shop mechanic, and then you just talk to Tinka in here. Tells you how far you're in the game. Maybe I could have some sort of records or some sort of board here to show some information, potentially. I don't know. I definitely am going to get rid of the save a toy mechanic. I thought about it for extra months, and I just don't have anyone I want you to save. It's really just... A lot of things in the story wouldn't make sense if that was really what you could do. Just, oh, I brought them to the painting world. They're safe now. Okay, well, why don't we bring all the toys here? It'd be so much easier. Don't gotta save them if they're all safe. Interesting. At least this answered my question about the particles here. Steam particle kind of sucks. I don't want to get near the clock necessarily. Why is there no steam in your steampunk game? Yeah, we're gonna fix that now, sucker. Yeah. Gonna be all the steam in my steampunk game. Yeah. No one's gonna ask that question anymore. But I fit and we can't even see. Why is there so much steam in your steampunk game? I'll be like, be careful what you ask for. Ooh. You know not the power of the steam. These just suck. They kind of look like they suck. I could use a few more steam particles, but whatever. Smoke sometimes has to do. Smoke looks okay coming out of those. I mean, it's not like the most ideal, but... FPS is basically the same. The level instances are just overpowered. I don't know how I feel about these ones. They kind of suck. Pretty satisfied with the other ones, but I guess I can come up with more other places just to kind of mix it up some. So they can't get very big. Level instances are just hacks. They're so good. Like a gate or something? No. What was it called? I hate that layout thing. Lock in layout, please. There we go. Just being dumb. Got it. Remember what it's called. You made a door or something. I need to basically just copy everything from this third map onto a new map to avoid this weird error issue, because it keeps saying actor needs to be resaved. I've resaved them all over and over. It just does it. So I'm gonna have to make some changes, if you will. Considered a wall? No, it's not. But it is a door, you idiot. I wonder I couldn't find it. Update my redirector references after moving it. Browse to it. You get any of those dumb things? Nope. Okay. This map's gonna need some serious optimization when I'm done. Sad music to design by. Oops. Okay, you see, there's a lot of bugs spawning these days. This version of the engine do be buggy. Most bugs are for holdouts though from other versions, so it's not like a big deal. Okay, well, there's so much wrong going on with what's happening right here. How do you tell? I'll make some sort of crazy machinery in here. Making it match, maybe. I'm not even shooting the pipes necessarily. Are these even that nice? Or do I want to just have these like things here instead? Like instead of having those, I just have these up here. Each of the gateway things, so it's like just sitting here. Maybe that might be cooler actually. I don't know if I hate it. Then I would just move the smoke off of that, and then maybe. I'm gonna put Annie's-ons in each of the areas just for funsies. It's my random traveling merchant. I don't need a bunch of NPCs. I just need one that's really useful and obnoxious at the same time, and preferably funny, so I can give her, you know, lines. Because she's evil, obviously. She's just being controlled by the hat and forced to serve you. That's all. So she hates you, but she still has to serve you. Which just makes her hate you more. Which seems like the best possible relationship you could have with him, you know? That's just perfection right there. Everything I've wanted. Let me find the NPC code to fix. That's not quite high enough, honestly. I'm going to have to reposition her a bunch. I'm going to move up, thanks. Let's just remove a terrible mechanic. That's my other account at some point. I don't know. I wanted to be PMPC. That's what I wanted. I just removed this from the graph. think she just spawns at that point. I'll have to position her building though. Where had spawned. Also, trying to trim down the ridiculousness. Where's your building? What's part of savable? There. Do I even need them to spawn their building? Do I even care? I don't think that's even necessary. I can just put the building there and position her. And then just have her run shopkeeper. And she could just spawn her building. But it's better if I just position the building, because then I can use the building as part of the level. So I'm just going to have the shopkeeper option here. Actually, you know what? I can just put this in shopkeep. What am I doing? Or can I? Let me double check I didn't use this also as the way enemies, when they die, spawn their things. I might have. If that's the case, I don't want to recycle it yet. No, it's fine. It's put in there. True to this. Get a massive simplification of my code here, because it's just better that way. I should split these up a long time. We gotta make it easier to keep track of them, since the NPC covers so many things. Okay, so it spawned those out there. Spawned 2 of them. The other one might actually just be inside the things though, so to be fair. Okay, so let's get Annie's building. Return her to where it was going to be, because I might just put 3 things in each of her shops, or maybe 4 things, and be like, yeah, this is what she's got for sale, and then that's kind of it. Okay, so I don't want this anymore. I guess I'll put this over here. I don't really want these in here. I didn't want them in the first place. They were stupid. I just made this room lame because I had nothing else to put here, but I don't want that. Let's see. Make my life a lot easier if I started putting things at actual 0 instead of wherever they're at. Yeah, I just like having these in the world because it just gives you the opportunity to have something unique in the world to play with, as opposed to trash that's just wherever. Plus these are already here, I think, so yeah, there's already a way up. So I don't have to reposition those. Those are just still there. That's cool. I'll have to put a couple over here, I guess, but I definitely don't want this here. I want the shop here, and that's kind of it. That means I also get access to 4 rooms in the game that are dealt with by simply being a shop. I might have another shop that shows up too, and just kind of mix those 2 in as the 2 main shops in the game, and then just those be the only shops. Because I don't really need a bunch of shops. I want the content to be very feature rich. Like, I want there to be a lot of content. But I'm tired of open worlds where the content is just spread out like a million miles apart. You're just like, great, sure, I'll find it eventually. I hate that. There's nav in this room, of course there is. Do these count as light sources? I don't know if they do, or if I have to. Actually, I think the blueprint itself has a thing on it. Tell all its children to be the right light source. Maybe not though. No, it counts. That's good. Is this where I wanted exactly? Maybe. I think I moved this farther forward for some reason. I remember it, like, it sticks away from the wall a bunch. I don't like that. Yeah, like that just is not acceptable. So if I do that and just kind of push it towards the wall a little bit. Maybe even into the wall a little bit, so you can't just go behind there like that. Maybe like that. What's going on here? It takes a room that's really boring and turns into something interesting. No, it's not pushing on there. Am I hitting these somehow? No. Just checking. I need to be able to make this jump without anything special. Little secret area there. A little wonky. Probably a little better than that. Let's slow this camera down. We're doing some fine work in here. It's like it needs to be a little easier to maneuver, I think. Well, she won't be able to see, so she almost went further forward. Could pile junk along the walls too, for that matter. No, I just like this way better. I don't know why I tried to change it back. I was just dumb. Oops, failed that. You can make this jump right. Like, I'm not this bad. I'm just bad. Easily grab that, no problem. Not a problem to make that. Store that, obviously. I should put the key that gives you the reward to the pool right there instead. Make it harder to get to. You probably need a light somewhere too, honestly. I barely made that. Yeah, I like this better. Takes a room that just sucks and makes it into something that's not the worst thing in the world. Just a little mediocre. And then we're going to take this key that's so much more important and put it up higher. We'll put a shortcut key somewhere that's a little less ridiculous. So this might be the one you forget the most likely anyway, possibly. That is true. You are much more likely to miss that key, I imagine, even though it's easier to get. It's such a weird location. Take it back, I'm gonna swap them back. Harder to find. Easier to get to. I'm gonna make my own little building, so I can do that with geometry brushes and the like. Guess at least be unique. Plus, I can put a bunch of crap on them. It solves the mystery of 4 rooms for me. That's so nice. Make it so you can actually get in this room. Already set up. Perfect. Magician? I guess a little faster than I was hoping for, but not sure. This is actually where it would be. Do I want to turn the building sideways? Or do I just want to move them? You just move them. They don't care about a rotation. In a way, a shop's just a quest when you think about it. It's a quest that just wants, you know, you collect X of something. And has multiple rewards and is repeatable. But it's a quest you don't really have to explain. Because if they're stupid enough they can't figure out what a shop is, they have no right to play this game. Pretty much. Like you really have no idea, huh? I feel bad for you. They got moved a little bit? Sure. It's so weird that it rotates their location in the world, but then when it spawns in, it doesn't account for the new location based on rotation, so it just shows the wrong information. It's the weirdest thing I've seen. So you have to straighten her rotation, it shows exactly where they go. Then change her rotation, and instead of being relative to her rotation, they aren't. They just go back to where they were intended to go initially. Backwards. Oops. I'll have to fix the wing thingies. They just kind of suck because they're like all by themselves and it's dumb. Whatever the case, let's grab these two things and run them to the other maps. Just so I know to put them there. What would the fortune teller even do? Need to have little mini games. I might just add in little rooms for strange toys doing things, rather than have them in some separate little world you have to go to just to talk to. More interesting if you find them in a room. I was gonna move this all over here, but where am I gonna put this? I do have a lot of rooms. It can be a hallway or something. And I put the castle on this side. I have this whole upper area. I forgot about that. So I can just have the castle here. And then run that into there. I don't think I'm gonna have the checker castle. I'm gonna have checkers as enemies, but I don't think I'm gonna bother with that whole one versus the other fighting thing. I thought about the faction thing, but it doesn't really play out that well because then everything's too busy fighting each other to fight you, and you just kind of run on through. You're like, whatever. That wouldn't be very fun. Well, first off, let's just pin these down here so I can move things around and I can find these easily enough later. I don't know where the storage is going to be yet, but I'll figure something out. That being said, yeah. Okay with this setup here. Maybe it's just in here and just a hallway. That could be a thing. Why is there navigation on this map? I'll bother to do that when I'm going to have to shrink it down anyway, but whatever. Now I have a nice window overlooking the city area, which I think would be pretty cool. Might happen over here too, honestly. Unless I want to have this giant open area, but if I do that, then I gotta have rails or something. Ain't no way you just have it completely open like that where people could just fall off. That'd be stupid. So possibly I just glass all these in and then have walkways in between. Since there's no direct way down, it makes not a lot of sense to have a way down. True. These really line up that badly? Sure do. Well, let's fix that. Well, it just lines up badly because this lines up badly, that's all. Usually better to have the glass sticking out more towards one side so Poppet can jump up there. Yeah, make the grotto storage there or something. Maybe I make that a hole through here. I do kind of want a castle. Hey DSX Nexus, how's it going? Just in time to... Honestly, I'm just moving things around, doing some architecture at the moment. Because I'm like, well, you know... Why would there be this big open area that people could just fall off of into the city below? Like this little toy city down there I was building down here? Well, the concept city. It's like, well, you could just fall into that. What kind of awful theme, like, building is this where you just fall off things right into... just whatever. We're just looking at a 3D Godot platformer template because I swear I can't be bothered to remake controller from some tutorial from 50 times. That's fair. One of the reasons I like Unreal Engine so much is that you don't actually have to make any of that crap. This controller already. You just start out with just good to go. So I was like, that's so neat. Thank you. I'm so happy that this is a thing. I would not want to do that. It's like buying a Sky system, so I don't have to keep remaking a Sky system. I could make my own. But I paid that guy like 15 bucks, and every project for the rest of my life has this guy somewhere, you know, working his ass off to make it the best thing ever. And, yeah. Now it's just like, oh, I have my whole Sky and everything. I've got to do anything. And worth it. Some things are just worth it. Like, it's okay to pay for things. Like, I paid for some guy who, had like a base system of like all the menu crap, where all the things like the audio options, the video options, like the button switching, all that crap, so I would never have to do it again. Sure, I retool it to look better for my stuff and tweak a couple things, but on average, it's like, I gotta do all this work for every project. Like that too, until I could make a variable at my jump work coyote time. I mean, you know, at least with this guy, if you ask him things, he can often tell you how to do it. Dude's very helpful. Even if the question I asked him is completely stupid, like I learned later. I was new. But the amount of time saved by just like picking up stuff like this, I mean... Now, I don't know if I do an entire game. I've actually got a few free game things because, you know, Fab gives away free crap all the time, so I've got all these game in a box for Unreal things, but they never match what I want to make, and I'd have to change a lot. So I usually just make my own with that stuff, but if there's a base system, I often do that. We're separately not together. Hopefully, get back. Make the break just fine. Fair. Well, when in doubt, there's always, you know, well, for this, I guess, C++ and mixing the two together, but I really haven't found anything I can't make work together if I want. But I usually aim for stuff made in blueprints in this. So this way it's easily accessible. I don't like plugins. I don't want a plugin. Plugins have a lot of problems. I don't like plugins one bit. I do like blueprints though, because then it's real easy to go, oh, I'll just change this and this and this and this, and then I'm like, eh. But I come from the world of RPG Maker where nothing really worked well together and you had to basically break your way into things and become some sort of a hacker to get the dumb engine to do anything, even remotely cool. So I'm used to a world where I have to make things work that weren't intended to work together. I wouldn't even know what to do if it wasn't that way. Wait, did I line this up perfectly? Hell yes. How did I ever get that perfect in one shot? Good job, me. This is how we put holes in the walls, holes in the walls. Two windows are one, two windows are one. I mean, one big window might be cooler than the two windows, to be completely fair. Are they just assets? That's fair. I mean, so we're in real ones, it's just, you know, it's more difficult to mess with something if it's code than if it's blueprints for this. Because you gotta go out of your way to, well, crack open something besides what's built into the engine to do it. Well, I guess to be fair, if you have a code project, that works, but... And for RPG Maker, they were literally just JavaScript files, but you had to essentially hook them into that giant mess that they had because they didn't do object-oriented programming for that entire engine. And then you had to try to make it work in various places. It was the worst catastrophe ever trying to deal with that engine. Complete trash. 0 out of 10. Why would you use it? Yes. What is going on? Oh, I somehow clicked the wrong one. I'm bad. Come on. Put it back. Alright. I love geometry brushes. My whole game is made out of geometry brushes. I picked up this engine partially because of geometry brushes, and I will never use another engine because of it. Oh yeah. Yeah, I've seen the game in a box stuff like that. I have a bunch. They're, you know... if you can make use of them for your project, there's nothing wrong with using them. If you can make use of one for your project, and it does what you need, you might as well. Like, save yourself the time. Just do it. Like... all too often, people just... they shy away from it, and then they build all the same systems, and it's like... hey, you know, for like 30 bucks, that guy would have built the whole thing for you. I'd rather do that. Yeah. I mean, if that works for you. Like I say, I don't think there's anything wrong with doing it. As long as your project can make use of what someone else already made. I am not above using other assets. Not at all. And I never will be. Cool. Most of the stuff I got for Fab has been free, though there are paid options that are typically better. But you know, not that useful for me most of the time. They actually just released a bunch of pre-made thingies that are just made by Epic for you to use. There's like 6 different new templates, ranging from like a fighting game to a platformer to a racing game to 3 other ones I can't name offhand. I haven't looked very far into them because my project's so far along, so none of that is of any value to me. But that was something that came out with 5.6. Kind of cool. I mean, I'm happy they did it. If I was going to start a project, I mean, they already had the base project. You know, the third person and the first person. But those are just generic. Nothing neat about them. Other than they've just programmed all the base logic for, like, all your character stuff. At least you don't have to do anything yourself. That's kind of nice. But beyond that, oh, they might be really neat. I'm sure people could really make use of them if they wanted to. Oh, this is just... I hate that bug. You clone it, and then it causes an issue where it rotates one side and loses the material it was using, and... Why? It's a new bug. Rotate this side, please, 90 degrees. Okay, thanks. I realized I couldn't have that big of an open area in this. I can have certain sizes, but at some point, it becomes less interesting the more open the area is. Just like in regular games. Open worlds are not very interesting. This is how we put holes in the walls, holes in the walls, holes in the walls. Yeah, I'm pretty much used to Unreal Engine just giving me everything for free at this point. It's great. So much stuff. I have literally hundreds and hundreds of asset packs they've given to me for free. They're just like, here you go, buddy. And I'm like, thanks. Why am I gonna do this? Oh, it's free. I'm like, that's fair. You win. It's free. I love this engine. I can't imagine anything could make me switch at this point. It'd be tough. I actually tried both Godot and Unity first, so... My time with them quickly made me, not stay with them. You know, the shame I said I want to do everything myself, which is true, but that's the difference between me and manually following a tutorial that someone made, and just make my controller for Nast's story and basically, yeah. The only upside to making something yourself is you know how it was made, so it's easier to expand upon later. The downside is it takes longer to do because you made it yourself. If you're just going to arrive at the exact same thing as the one that was in the thing, you might as well just buy it. I mean, you know, if you got the cash. If you don't get the cash and you got the time, obviously money is a thing, but there's never anything wrong, like I said, with buying the things. Exactly. I mean, I took Epic's, you know, movement system, the game animation sample, and dropped that right into my game and said, look, my movement's incredible. I didn't reinvent their crap at all. I was like, thanks. Done. Why wouldn't I do this? It was so good. And I was like, okay. Okay, well, I flubbed whatever I was just doing there like a pro. And I lost that too. Can I have that back, please? Can has back, yes. Yeah, I mean, you know, use what you're going to use, you know? Whatever gets the job done and gets it done well. I use lots of asset packs. Didn't hand make all my graphics. Why would I? That would be dumb. Never get the game done. Didn't hand make my sky. Didn't I've only been altering the movement system Epic gave me. Because theirs is so much better than anything I was ever make anyway. Yeah. You don't got to convince me. I don't like. Sounds like you're trying to convince me. It's like I already agree. You just I recycle code like crazy. I recycle assets like crazy. If I make something for another game and it doesn't get used, I use it in this game. Heck, if I used it in that game, I might still use it in this game. I've lifted entire code bases off my other games to drop into other games. I buy asset packs, whatever gets the job done and gets it done well. I'm pro all of that. Heck yeah. So I'm in total agreement. That's the everyone way. That's like the industry way. There's a bunch of indies who don't know any better and they'll try and convince you that you should hand make everything from scratch, but there's a reason why they don't ever release anything. It's because it takes forever to do that, and you have to have a big team if you want to make everything from scratch. And even the AAA companies don't do that. They still recycle from their old games. Well, why not? Like, I definitely like this better with the giant openings, like glass and everything. That means I can have these city things here. I might do that over here too. Maybe. Am I hallwaying this? Is that the plan? Very so conceptual. I have no idea. I was thinking of putting a storage here. I don't know if I want the storage that close or if I want it farther back. I just put this here so when I wanted to put the shop in, I could drag it to where I wanted. It's not going to stay in the world, but I just like to place things in location if I have an idea of what's going on. I never put the train where it's supposed to be either on this map. Yeah, I highly recommend just buying what you need. Yeah, something along the lines of just having those over here and having a thing to the door here, and then the train just runs through this area, I assume. Not a bad idea. Today's time to do more important things. What's the point of following through show for 40 minutes when you can just go to the description, go what you need and do something? Yeah. Yep. Saying, get no argument from me. I didn't realize this was floating in the air so much. Mistakes were made. I knew this was high up in the air, but oh, that's right. This doesn't go all the way through. Let's grab this. There we go. And over here I gotta do the same. That's way too tall. Yeah, you should definitely just buy the stuff you need. If you got the cash, buy what you need. coughing for some reason. Allergic to game dev. Oh no. Happens, you're just allergic to game dev. It's the weirdest thing. I don't know why this is raised up, but it shouldn't be. I guess over here it's a little raised up too, so that's awkward. Can I make one of these go down with just shift end? Oh, it moves them all based on that one. Oh, that's awkward. Oh, yeah. Like I say, Epic has a bunch of those they just gave out too. They're not part of a 5.6. So there's plenty of free ones in the market, but still. I just want to move one thing by everybody. I really need to actually turn some of these brushes into static meshes. This level's getting, I mean, it's pure concept level, but it's definitely unoptimized in a lot of instances. Obviously, just completely unoptimized. It's pure concept level. I need to fix that. You know where I was going with this here? Probably just going to go ahead and... that's going to fall too far. Yep. I really gotta convert some of these things over. Well, I mean, the advantage is not necessarily consistency, it's that you know what you did. I mean, you can also have things that are unique, sure, but especially in the case of coding and everything like that, you know your systems. They also do what you want. Yep. Like I said, I've never really found much use for a full game in a box because of that reason. But I've definitely lifted pieces of code from other things. If I wouldn't say I haven't, that's for certain. I'll have to make a gateway for this so they can't get through. You have to open them, like a button option too. I'm assuming that this just looks terrible, but I'm going to use a different track system anyway. I'm going to buy a better track system. Like, these are free ones, but it doesn't work too well. And the train I have doesn't really match. It was free. I'm just waiting for a sale on Fab. Get a whole train system for like 15 bucks or something. It's only like 30 or something right now, but listen, I'm cheap, so. Ain't no Fab sale yet, or at least not one on my wish list. I actually want to miss on sale a classic tram. I think it's very good. Did they start a sale? Not really. One of the items is on sale. Fantastic. Anyway, once the train set goes on sale, I'm going to buy probably a train set. Don't know which one, but... anyone you can run around inside. Maybe I'll have to make my own too. I don't want to, but I might. Where's the castle going to be? I guess originally I had it over here. I don't know. I just decided I would have a little more fun with this and make it something interesting. I gotta shrink this a little bit. Better. Right to the edges. I gotta shrink to the sides too. 6.7, it was like let's do 27 on that one, I guess. Hey Poodle Figure, how's it going? I'm excited that there's a fake poodle in this world. I'm just saying. I'm excited. Oh, look, that was the wrong one. Oh. And when I duplicated it, did that weird bug again, didn't it? Here. Yeah. I mean, I mess with Unreal Engine doing game dev. That's usually my favorite thing to do. So anytime I'm doing that, I'm always good. Probably not nearly intoxicated enough for some of the things I probably should do in it, but you know, overall I have a lot of fun with it. Nah, I just don't have to deal with any at the moment. I just get to design things and have fun. Hell yeah. You a game dev? Are you one of us? I don't have keys. I don't even have a room name for these things yet. Open all the doors. So I can run pointless circles. Fun. Put a nav mesh down. So the party can truly begin. Yeah. Well, not really much of a party. This is just a concept area that I'm building anyway, so things are a haphazard mess. And will probably be that way for some time. Because I'm actually supposed to be working on... this is the third chapter. I'm supposed to be working on the second chapter. But hear me out. I had some ideas, so I was like, hey... what if I did this instead? It was in fact what we would call probably not the best decision, but still fun. I'm just going to put a couple buildings here to represent that there's a city here. Make it a little easier. This shop's going to go in a special place. I don't know where yet. Nowhere where there's combat for certain, but whatever. Go beat stuff up. Gotta put more lights, places, and things too. Woohoo. They did put a nav bench down, right? Okay, I did. Just checking. I think the spawn system's a little slow for my taste. Also, those things are obnoxious to kill with this. Let's speed the spawn system up a little. It's kind of what I'm testing right now. I have it set to go a little slower than I want at the moment. 2 6 nice thing. Whenever I'm with music and then I get another song idea, so I have to go save and start a new one. Project. I mean, listen, sometimes you just got to start another project. It's fine. You get a good idea, you just run with it. Oh, good. For now, I'll just like, or actually, I could make this like where it doesn't delay for 3 seconds here, but instead just delays for 1 second here. Spawns a bunch of things quickly, and then over here I can employ the delay itself, making it easy. The delay could also be like a different marginal number. I don't really want to do multiples of 3 or multiples of 2 or whatever. That seems like a lot of extra effort that I don't think is probably worth it, math-wise. Top killing games about to reach 1.4 million. Nice. Pretty certain they're just going to fight tooth and nail to make certain that never gets through, but you know. I guess there's really nothing like forcing him to ever do anything anyway. These big companies, they just can be the worst people ever and doesn't matter. Other than just not buying their games, there's your best stop killing games method right there. Companies that kill off games don't buy their stuff. Everyone boycotts them. Yeah, you buy it, you own it. Yep. Not spawning very fast. It's not spawning at all. Did I flub something up here? I don't think so, but... I know. On something. Set delay ticker. Okay. This one I'm just gonna put the number. I want to see what the number is, and we'll put those in red just so. I'll guess an orange is fine. Close enough. What is it doing? Yeah, I mean, I don't even go back to old games. You should definitely own the games you buy. It's so dumb they don't have that. Is there a nav mesh down? I did put a nav mesh, right? Like I'm not crazy. There's a nav mesh. There's not one on this. You can't nav mesh this? That's just weird. Why can't you nav mesh that? Huh. What do I do with free-to-play gacha games like Warframe? We spent money on the game DLC. You lose all your stuff, and what they do is they just release the code so people can make private servers, right? Like, oh well, sorry, here's a private server. You were dumb enough to give us money for this stuff. Sucks to be you, I guess. They're obviously not to keep the servers going forever. That's pretty unreasonable for that. But I do think that that's what they do. They just release the code so that people can have private servers, and you go, well, there. It's on you guys to do something with it. The game is still there if you really want to make it happen. I think they'll have to design games differently, though, if that's the case. Like, I don't think they're going to want to do that. You bought the rights to use that item in the game. That's what you bought. You didn't actually buy the item. You just bought the rights to use it. That's why you should never buy that crap. It's always dumb. But, like, they have these little agreements that you're agreeing to, and if you read, you didn't actually buy anything. You bought some usage rights, which they can actually take away at any time, too. Not quite the same as the taking away the whole game from you. Games as a live service is the worst thing in the world. I would never support such a game. There are a lot of dumb people out there, so unfortunately they do. Oh yeah, I mean, they're already doing that with the gacha games and all the DLCs and stuff in games. Like, that's already in there. So that won't change anything. The only thing it'll do is for those games where they just can't shut the game down. Which, you know, that... Like I say, they can shut it down, actually. They just have to have, they just have to release the code so you can continue the game. That's all it's gonna do, so... This is my new battle arena. The battle arena is always the latest area I was working on, and it's always the biggest pile of crap. Hey, Jens, do I have any games on there right now? Nah. There were some old RPG Maker games I made. That's about it. Mostly took them down because they weren't actually all that good. This will be my first big good game. The one that'll actually be on Steam and worth actually playing, hopefully. Ubisoft has you know, it says if your account gets banned, you have to delete everything related to Ubisoft and show off physical copies of Ubisoft games. Yeah, a lot of that stuff is pretty hard to really win with in court, but most people wouldn't bother to fight it, and Ubisoft isn't really going to try to enforce it either. Not worth the money to them. They don't care that much. Yeah, most of the ULAs for things are pretty draconian. Not really a big fan of piracy, but not gonna lie, if you don't own it, how can you even steal it? Like, I like supporting people, but if I can't actually support them, oh. Random raid, huh? Oh. Well, thanks for the prime, only good sir. Thank you, thank you. Morning, yeah. It's technically 12 a.m. here, so that does count as morning now. before it wasn't the morning. If it'd been 1 minute earlier, we'd have been like, ah, nah, it's still night. Sorry. Hate to break it to you, but you know, them's the rules. 1 minute too early. The store is not open. You are 1 minute too early. You must wait outside. Like, for some reason the nav mesh isn't working on those, but it's over here, so that's something. I'm breaking things because it's fun to break stuff. I decided to glass in all these areas so you could look down at this place. And then have the little things going between them because it seems stupid. You could just fall off. It's like, oh, cool. There's just these open space people and just fall, like, you know, down a whole, like, story into this, like, really soft looking buildings down there. Now I'm messing with a bit of a delay system that once it spawns in all the stuff, there's like a delay before it does more, right? Because it's just stupid if it always just keeps just attacking you every chance it gets. So it just runs a lot of attempts at it, and then when it finally spawns all the attempts, it's like, okay, I'll wait a little bit. I'm probably gonna make the wait random too, so you don't always know when you're getting attacked, and it's not just perpetual fighting. Or aren't we just a little problem child sitting over here? Oh, you were just bored, huh? Fair. Hang out over here. You can actually just dash forward and then hit them, because you're invincible during it, so you can actually just eat their projectiles that way too. I made the dash way stronger too, so because it's cheaper. It goes less distance, but you can actually do an attack out of it while still invincible effectively, which does give you a ranged melee attack in a way. That's right, ranged melee. We live in a new world of ranged melee attacks. Of course, this thing does, since it just literally is a 1-for-1 health tree, and you can see where I can't even die while using it. It's so stupid. Like, it's hard to kill a character now. Let's go. Like, look at how much health I have back. I have like invincibility frame is kind of a little much. The first one doesn't hit very often. I think it's because it sweeps a little low. Maybe not. Yeah, it sweeps really low. Of course, that thing's kind of floating, so in its defense, it's floating in the air, so the fact that I tried to sweep its legs isn't very effective. Sometimes they miss, though. Like, that hit him. That whiff. I think there's an invincibility thing that's the reason why invincibility frames is why it's missing, because they all hit sometimes. I found some good animations, or better animations, and life was much better. Maybe I'll raise that one up, because she's kind of sweeping it low. She goes, and sweeps kind of like at their legs. I don't know if I like that. Wait, what are we doing here? I just wanted to do this. Why are you trying to open Visual Studio? Ain't nobody want to use that crap. Act like I actually want to hand code something. Some people are stupid. All spy types okay for games to die. Yeah, but not the ones you paid for, you actually own. Yeah. Well, like saying, a lot of the old ULAs, they say you don't even own your game. It's really big for these corporations to do that now. I agree with the stop killing games thing. It's like, yeah. What's this loading Visual Studio? You don't need to load Visual Studio, okay? We're gonna just do that forever? Is that just... Can I just disable Visual Studio? I know I need it because it uses it for some compiling crap, but can I just remove it? Yep, that's true. Cannot sue them and you own nothing. Like I say, the strongest thing you can do, the most powerful weapon you have, is to not buy their stuff. We all do it. The company goes out of business, and other companies look at it and go, we shouldn't do that because that company went out of business for doing that. Man, the only thing they respect is your money. If at any point you give them your money, you have just said everything they did is okay. That's what you did. Your words don't make a difference. Your actions are all that matter. You gave them money. You said it was okay. Don't do that. And you'll discover the companies will get better, or they'll go out of business and the other companies remaining will be better. Fine too. Did you do any sort of pre-planning for your game, like UML script or anything? So my pre-planning for this game, because I have a game design doc. Yeah. Oh, sure, D6, but I mean, the thing is, you know, if you jump in with the dumbasses and buy it too, you're saying it's okay. And boycotts do work if enough people start doing it. So, you know, if you're in the minority, then it's not going to work. But at the end of the day, you still have your money and that company didn't get it. So you still win even if no one else does it. All right, someone starting with the level design by building them out logos. Oh, that's fair. Oh, Legos? Oh, man, get behind that. Yeah, like I have a whole thing here with describing characters, things like that, game premises. I didn't even put all the information in for a lot of characters. Some enemy ideas. Mechanics, I didn't even write them all in here. So these are like free a lot. Some of them are just empty spaces. So I had no idea what I was going to do with them. Some room things here, even some dialogue ideas too put in here. Some of these pictures are really quite old. Some of like old versions of the game that, you know, like aren't even in there anymore. Like a whole section that just none of this stuff is even there anymore. Poppet also has a different outfit. You can see she was in all black for a while because I thought it looked cool, but the game's too dark, so it's not very good. So she no longer is in all black. Except her hair, of course, was red, but everything else was black. She also had a hat for a long time, too. Concept level designs. I also build, like, concept levels, and then I build like gamified versions of levels. Then I come back and make the levels look cool. Then I come back in and add, you know, things like steampunk and stuff and puzzle stuff and other stuff, like extra embellishments. You kind of get an idea of stuff. I even have the pirate ship in a bottle that when you were going to fight Sally, but yeah, that's not there anymore. As you can see, it kind of goes on a while. A lot of things don't even exist anymore. Yeah. It's like 74, it's actually 71 pages of things. I've been adding to it as I've gone along. I won't show off the end things, but I made some names for things. Yeah, it's I did planning like that. The initial game was a concept from RPG Maker. So I made basically a knockoff Diablo style game for a game jam, and then I made a slightly better version. And then I discontinued it because who cared? It wasn't even cool. Cool for RPG Maker, which means nothing. That's like being the least stinky turd, like in the toilet. Like cool, neat, but okay. So you know, like I went and started doing this instead, and you'll see concept areas I build things because I mean this is like the concept things like that. And if you go back to my videos on YouTube, especially where you can see all the streams, you can see the concepts I've made along the way. Where they're like just completely empty or just set up for ideas, and then I go, okay, like the concept room currently for the throne room for the queen is literally just, where you at? You're here somewhere. Yeah, it's literally just like I put 4 lights in here on a little board thing with a throne here that she appears on. This is my concept room. It's almost nothing. It's just how would I need a visual to kind of give myself an idea. It's just like, oh, just load into the concept room. It's like, yay, concept room. And she'll just appear on there. This will be super different by the time it's ever in the game, and she'll just appear on here. And command her units from down there. And probably try to jump on you because she's a giant chess piece, so she's got a huge base on her that she could squish you with. I'm just saying. Looks like a weapon to me. I'll probably give her a scythe. No, sorry, a scepter. I also haven't done any physics for her at all, but you know. Yeah. I need visuals. I'm a visual guy. So I'll make, you know, varying stages of it. And the next thing I'll do is I'll start putting more gamified versions of it. I'll put more things in there to, like, it'll be how I need the things to set up in order to play, right? Like where are the mechanics, what needs to be there for the mechanics to work. And then I'll start embellishing it. And you can see one that's like in the second phase of it over here. The Borderlands 4 Collector's Edition, $150 or something. It doesn't even include the base game. If you buy that, you deserve to lose $150. Alright, so. Then you get to this room here, which this is a gamified version of a room where I took a concept where originally it was just a bunch of rocks with some water, like in this thing at the bottom. And now there's actually like buttons that lower the water, lights you have to move around, an enemy that tries to attack you that, you know, is an instant kill if it catches you, things you can grab hold of, but it doesn't look nice. At this point, we're at the, I need to build like, I was going to make it into like a pirate cove, so I'm going to build like a pirate city around it. So you'll see me start to make it look nicer then. And then I'll come back through and I'll add some extra steampunk flair because this game needs steampunk flair because it's a steampunk game. Yeah, I just have things in here that are there so the room is playable even if it's not, doesn't look good. And then it'll graduate to a room that's got more stuff to it where it's like, okay, well, this room here is got all the playable stuff, but I've already added in all this extra things to make it look better. Things that aren't even necessary, they're just there to look better, and I've expanded upon the concept so that they look nicer and everything like that. Like, well, originally I just had some stupid rocks down here. Now it's like a whole little island thingy with its own little lore for the reasons of just cuz, you know? And that's kind of how it goes with it. The next phase I'll go through, I'll put in like, you know, some steampunk extras. So this has already got a lot of steampunk extras. It's getting, this room is basically almost finalized, really. If there's some cause to change it in the future, I will, but I don't really think there's a need to. Or you have a room like this, which is also kind of halfway to being like gamified. Since it's like a restaurant. So I have to try to make the restaurant more interesting, but it's not that gamified. This is actually probably a farther along concept that's halfway to being gamified. Because there's things to grab and do and places to go, but there's no point. Which I think is really, I guess at that point it's not really gamified. Because there's no point. Like, what are you trying to do in this room? Well, presumably you want to get a key because it's usually how you get in most places in this game. Okay, where's the key going to go? Okay, well, let's say I put it up here. Well, sure. If it's up here, how do I get here? Well, currently there'd be no way. It's probably not just boring it on a shelf. I haven't put any kind of puzzle system in here to worry about. So there's not a lot to do yet. So this is actually conceptual, really. It's a kind of a good looking conceptual room, but I guess I could hit the G button so you see what it looks like without all the lines on it. So that one, I think I just went with a concept first, and I didn't bother to make a gamified anything. This room's just a dining area. Like, it's not even got anything going for it. It's just like I put some things here, pure concept, with a room to watch the, actually a window to watch the water, the fish tank. Borderlands 4 is dead on arrival for you? For $150, dead on arrival for me too. I had to play it third one, so you know. Handsome Jack was the only good thing about that series. Yeah, that's a lot of how I go about these things as far as these go. I remember this room here used to be just a it started out as just a garden with like some rocks, like making a little cave thing in there, and inside it was the high priestess, and then there was like a couple small pools in that were just in containers. They weren't even like anything cool or anything like that. And over time it's morphed into the, okay, well, first things first, you get the thing from here, and then like you'll have to lower the water and get the moon so you can go down into this area here, and then you'll have to jump past all these things and lower the water again after finding a key down here. Go back up, find the thing to do that, then go back down again into the next section of it. all the way down into here, and then defeat this jumping puzzle through all this area. Can't even see it right now. To finally get the Emperor. So it basically created this whole like layered thing going underneath the map and everything, which didn't start out with any of that. Some rooms in this game are kind of like centerpiece rooms where they have the most interesting things going on, and a lot of rooms revolve around them, and that's kind of one of those. Be probably the best way to put it. That's the wrong H load, and fix that while I'm thinking about it. That's a lot of how I've been going about it. I'm getting better at it as I go, because when I first started, I didn't have a good idea how to do this, like what I was really going to do with it. And it showed. You can see some, like the first of the areas took a really long time to make, because a lot of the concept, the game flow just wasn't there. This area, however, in like less than a month is almost done with how many things it's got going on. There's some rooms that don't have anything. Yeah, sure. But they're mostly transitional rooms, and it's mostly going to be about making them look nicer and adding in more secrets and stuff. So I'm pretty far along, all things considered, when the other one took like a year. Like the first chapter really took like a year, and I still kind of tweak it. Yesterday I was still tweaking the boss fights. You ever do any Roma and save that part for later? Or we can just like stop in the middle of something? I mean, if I hit a wall on something, I stop and just go somewhere else and work on something else. I have to do everything in the game anyway. What do I care? Why do I have to complete one thing at a time? Like, you know, if there's something that is I have a good idea for, I'll run off and do that instead. All the time. It's just a lot easier to run with your inspiration, I think. Best way to put it. That's why I was working on this and not like, you know, enemies right now, because I was more inspired to do this. I do need to take some days and do a bunch of enemy stuff, but you'll find that I was doing combat yesterday. Messing with this boss fight to make it better. A couple boss fights, actually. I was trying to lay out the concept for this area because I didn't know what I wanted to do exactly yet. I kind of want a little castle for her, a steampunk castle. And I want you to hit the train to open it, or hit the train on it to open it. So I kind of want the train to go somewhere. And I don't know how far the train needs to go. Maybe it'll just go all the way around the level. That's a long way to go for this train. Am I going to be that guy and then have like the Queen's Chamber like over here or something? No, because this is already used. It doesn't have to be though. Wait. Oh yeah, I was testing something out here. This thing here. This weird portal thing they had. I don't care about that. It's terrible. Wait to fight a boss in the train. I don't have a boss for the train. And the train's not big enough. It's really not. You need huge areas for boss fights. The train would need to be like massive. Otherwise, I mean, Poppet can run through it, but there'd be nowhere to run around. I'm not even sure if I'm going to use this train. I probably won't, but because it's too modern looking. But I mean, like the bosses need big things, they need big mechanics. So if you look in this, like, cool. This is not really enough space for a boss, really, you know? Like I have enemies fight you in there, sure, but beyond that, it's just not going to be enough. That's why they have the boss arena thing. Plus, bosses, like, it's difficult to make an AI that deals with, like, all kinds of obstacles and platforming, which is why boss arenas tend to be open, so they can have these really complicated mechanics that don't care about having to avoid things. Do you think having that idea for what you want to do made the big difference in being able to make some of that concept quicker? Or maybe skills too, or anything else? Having that idea isn't like being inspired in the moment and running off and doing something, because I mean that makes things faster by a lot. If I just drop what I was doing that have no concept on what I want to do and go, okay, well, I don't know I'm doing this, so I could sit there and scratch my head at it, or I can think about it later and just kind of work on something else. And sometimes I come up with an idea along the way and I'm like, oh, cool, neat. So if that's what you're asking, then I think it speeds up the process quite a bit to not bash your head into a wall on something you're not inspired to do at the moment. I don't always have a good idea. Goodness knows, I really don't often have a good idea on things. Trying to get access to this little thing on the side here, but this thing is too fast. Also, I should probably do it not in the dark. That'll make my life easier. I'm going to run with this train around a little bit and make some ideas of what I think I might do with it. There's no way this makes it to the final game, what I'm doing here. This is purely me thinking about stuff. Like, I stopped working on this area, and I came up with this train idea recently. When I saw some cool trains, I was like, well, what if I just had a train that ran around the thing? I'm probably not even going to bend it a bunch. I'm probably just going to drop it in a bunch of these things here so you can just kind of see what's going on, and then I'll just move on with that. Like, I don't think I need to do any more than that. These don't even need to be that big, honestly. I don't even know why I've made them this big. Listen to music like this. A game called Arc Raiders used AI to train some of their enemies on how to walk around the map and completely by itself. Well, that's fair. I mean, at some point, maybe everything will be AI, right? Like I say, bosses often have a lot of unique mechanics, so it's really kind of difficult to make those mechanics work in a random world, you know, like where they don't know where they're going to be standing. So that's why boss arenas are so good. Plus, players will dodge too, and it's kind of a pain to dodge around all that crap too. You know, I admit I'm not certain on that, but could use AI for all that stuff. Working on a first-person shooter, do you have any thoughts about free-to-play loot boxes? Well, the thing about free-to-play is you have to have a large player base, which means you're going to have servers for that. So that's going to add some costs that, you know, you're going to want to account for. And hopefully you have knowledge about how multiplayer works and all that, and the servers and things like that, because you're going to probably need it. So that's a thing to note. I mean, I'm not a fan of loot boxes as far as my own playing of games, so I realize they're a bit divisive for people, but yeah, I mean, it's your game. If you want to make something like that, you totally can. I'm not going to put the Queen's Room here. I just decided that I was going to run the train through here instead. I'm not going to run the train through here, though, because it's apparently the way down? I haven't even put a hole in the ground yet. I mean, what kind of questions do you even have about it? Like, or is it just my thoughts on it? I do think free-to-play games end up with a lot more players on average, though. They don't necessarily make a lot more money. In fact, a lot of times they don't make any money because, well, the cost of running them is high. And almost nobody actually buys things like loot boxes and stuff. It's just only a small percentage of people actually apparently buy them. From everything I've heard. So you'll have to know that, too, when you're doing your stuff. It's like, well, nobody... Oh. Like... We'll say like 5% of your population buys them. I don't remember what the number was, but it was like single digit, the people who actually buy these kinds of things in any kind of real number, or even at all. So you're going to have to account for that. I guess I can make the Queen's Castle this whole area over here. That's fair. The opposite of where it was going to be. Just my general thoughts? That's fair. Now, like I say, I at one point, A long time ago, before I got into being online selling, I used to run websites for a living. The sites aren't there anymore, so not really the point, but I tried a couple methods, the advertising method and the membership method. And I can tell you right now, the membership method made so much more money than the advertising method ever did. Because if you have a good enough product, people will sign up. But ads don't pay crap. And you need like huge servers cost to do it because you have to support way more traffic. And I actually ended up discontinuing doing all those sites because I had switched to advertising instead of doing memberships, and it became no longer profitable. And here I am being a streamer where it's largely about advertising. Wait, god damn it. Mistakes were made. Zero out of 10, doing it wrong. Oh. But it's not like I'm any kind of guru on, you know, what sells best for a game. I mean, after all, I am not currently a successful game dev, so take everything I say with a grain of salt. Once I get that first $1 million game, then I can be like, yeah, blah, blah, do what I do because it's smart. Till then. Yeah, until then. And I'll just make the train loop. Hell yeah. Who doesn't like train? You can run a train on the Red Queen castle. Apparently. I mean, that is actually the goal. You're supposed to ram the train into a castle or something like that. Yeah, I'm just going to loop it all the way around through these, I guess. There's no way it stays this way. Not a single possibility that this is how it's going to stay. But in the absence of having a better idea yet for where I want things to be, this is a concept. This is like a concept chapter. I did this in 2 when I actually started with the Hidden Grotto's water system, right? Where the goal was to lower the water enough to get in there to fight like a fish boss or get a key or something. And then go find the Emperor somewhere, which gives you immunity to water, and then raise the water back up so you could swim your way through the pipe. And thus, the entirety of Chapter 2 now revolves around exactly that, even though it's not the only room you do that in, or it's not the only room that you actually raise and lower the water. But it started with a concept of this one room. It's like, well, this is the goal of this room here. And it doesn't even end the area. It's just to progress to farther into it. And this now here is like, okay, well, you got to get the train to ram it into the Red Queen's, you know, castle here in order to get inside. Okay, so that means I need a train and I need a castle somewhere. So what am I doing? Laying out a train that goes around there because it's, you know, obviously like a giant toy store place. It's more theme parky. So the train would have to go places in a loop, obviously. So I need to have a loop throughout the whole floor. I'll have gateways that are shut away, so you'll have to have some sort of button or something to open it. I might change what you use, but whatever MacGuffin you need to open them. Probably won't be a key, because I already have enough keys in the game. I want more keys. And I'll just run some tracks all the way around. So this is like, okay, cool, and I'll have a train station here, and this will be the train station room. Why? Why not? What's this going to be? I don't know yet. All these rooms get moved around. Who knows? I'm going to keep writing Toymaker's office on here. This is definitely the washroom. Or I should call it the washroom too. Oh, sure. Neck always pops all the time. I have bad neck. But yeah, I'm off on tangents. I'm always off on tangents. Also grab this, please. Please be to grabbing that, yes. As far as monetization plans, I've considered, you know, not free play, I've considered the early accessing this too, because I don't know how I'm going to do enough testing otherwise. That's something to note. I've like, well, maybe I'll do that. But then people are like, well, who do early access pro? It's like, well, maybe. I don't 100% know what I'm going to do on all of it yet, but it's got to be out by October 2026. That's my plan. That's true. But beyond that, oh, this one's huge. I should probably stop adding to it because it's so big. But I have definitely considered the early access thing because, one, it gives you money to help out in things. And I'm not really rich, okay? Like, I don't have a lot of cash. I know I don't. I don't make this huge amount of money streaming or anything, so it's not like a... Like, I make like maybe 50, 60 bucks a month at most streaming. And last month I think I only made like $37. I made nothing. They didn't even pay me out. Nope. It's just my game. I am the one and only. For whatever that's worth. Solo dev affair. I mean, I buy assets. That's true. I ain't gonna lie and say I don't. I didn't hand make every single asset. Many things came from the store were given to me by Epic, you know? Like, oh, cool, thanks, Epic. I am certainly not above using things. As long as you use them in a, you know, a unique, cool way, I'm more than happy to use assets that are pre-made. I mean, I wouldn't just dump them all directly as it was into the game and be like, good enough. No. But I lifted these tracks out of some random thing. I'm probably not even going to use these tracks, so they kind of suck. But I was like, well, I need some concept tracks, so let's just use these. They're okay. They ain't great, but they're okay. I'm gonna lift some trains out of there too, probably, though I might have to make some of my own stuff too. If I can't find something, I will make it, which happens. Usually it's out of geo brushes, though I make characters too. So half the characters can be made out of crap, and they're not actually like, they're just like pieces of other things like crammed together. The contraption enemies. These don't do whatever. I'm just gonna bend them in whatever shape I want for now. I gotta remember to keep a backup of this. Number 5 now. I'm not really much of a team player when it comes to working, you know, in these games. Like, too often I see people get screwed over by that sort of thing, and I don't have anyone I trust that kind of level, so it's kind of like I could, you know, optionally. How do I put this right here? I'm dumb. I could optionally, you know, trust some random person, but I'd rather not. I may hire voice actors at some point too, or I may have AI do it, depending upon if I can afford real voice actors or not. Currently, I cannot afford real voice actors. Not even ones from Fiverr. Because it would cost me about $10,000 to voice act this game based on Fiverr prices. That's a lot of money. And I don't have it. I just don't have it. If I sold everything, extra thing I had to do, I wouldn't have it, so. I think I'm going to use this area to dominate by our castle and just have this thing go along the rail here or something. On the wall. Is my guess. This gets super laggy if I don't keep swapping. I mean, to be honest, this should actually just be straight. I don't know what I was smoking with this. It's stupid. Can I grab this and move it? Click this, click that. Nice. Realistically, the whole thing should have been straight. I don't know what I was thinking. I should have just bent it once. Whatever. Let's do this here. You can do a lot of stuff with geo brushes, as you can see. I'm just making my life harder by bending that. Don't need to do that kind of crap. Never do extra work if you don't have to. Well, I guess I just cloned it straight over on that one. Perfect. Good job, me. Yeah, once I have this concept in place, I'll start building everything around the premise of this area, which will be literally to manipulate the train. Why does it seem to grow in size? It's so weird because the other one's that size, but as you bend it, it grows in size. I have one right here that's the right size for that. Eventually I'll get the train moving and everything like that too, but job one, figure out where the train's gonna go. Job two, everything else. Might even have a train graveyard. In fact, I probably will have a train graveyard. Something like that, or like, you know, well, maybe I won't, because it's supposed to be like a functional type of place for people to hang out in and do things and play around with all the weird toys and everything. Most toys are kind of bizarre, so I don't know if I do that or not. Nutcracker the boss? Well, Nutcracker is much earlier time period, right? Or like what, 15, 1600 hundreds or something like that. And it's usually more Christmassy. So I can't. This is going to be like steampunk and everything like that. And there's like a queen in her castle, but she has a chess piece, and it's gonna be like a steampunk castle. So we're still kind of fitting the weird little city, kind of like this, but inside of this little area here. Hey Ross, how's it going? I could, but I don't have any plans to. That's really about it. I thought about having like a Christmas style area at one point, but I really can't justify why I would have one. I don't have any enemies for a Christmas area. You know? Like, I don't have the assets to really make a Christmas area happen. Some areas get scrapped for exactly that reason, is that I can't make it really happen. I don't have the stuff. It wouldn't really exist, so it's like, well, I guess not on that one. Going alright, did some game dev stuff a little bit ago and found some other issues need to fix and I moved to 5.6. Oh, short issues. .6 not treating you right. I get it if it's not. It doesn't treat me right either. Nah, it's usually fine, except that text thingy. Oh god, that text thingy was an abomination. Kind of like whatever's happening here. It's an abomination. Don't question it. I don't even understand. That's okay. This is just a placeholder anyway. I don't super care if it's beautiful, you know? Oh, the ads. Defeated by ads. Okay, these rails are the worst thing I've ever seen in my life, by the way. They're so bad. Whatever. At least I know where they're going. I don't care. Fine, I know where they're going. Welcome back. In the meantime, you missed me completing the entire game and releasing it on Steam. No, it did not happen. But listen, I like to believe it did. In an alternate universe. Instead, I'm just placing tracks. So guests can get hit by trains. I'm going to hate placing all these train tracks again when I get the real assets, but I don't even know what the real assets are going to be or anytime soon, so... In the meantime... You were telling me all about the problems of 5.6. What horrible things has it done? Oh, these are the worst tracks. Look at how broken they are. Whatever, they're a concept. I don't give a crap. I just need to know where they're gonna go. I don't know how that could even happen, but sure. Just you right now? I'll let you know of. Ah, yes. Famous last words. It's just this now. And Real's like, oh, really? You think so? I'm like, uh-oh. Don't do it, Yui. Don't do it. Everything was working. Oh, 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 oh. What a mess. Yeah, I'm gonna make it straight between areas from now on. I'm not gonna do this bending crap if I don't have to. I can see where that's just not gonna work out in my favor. To be fair, train tracks don't really bend this much, so... Gross. Also super laggy. That's also because there's a million brushes on this map too, so... 111? Oh god. Oh. Hair's already winning the fight. We just started. We're 2 hours and 36 minutes in. Let's see. You can test my game if I needed, by the way? Think about early access earlier? Oh, yeah. We'll see how it goes. I'm either going to run a test through Steam and let people join, or I'm going to do an early access. Depends on funding. Like, if I think the game is not going to get any additional funding, I might do early access just to get funding on the board and then just keep adding to the game. And if not, then if the game gets a bunch of additional funding, I might not. It just depends. I haven't even explored other funding options yet. But like I say, I'll make a note. I'll probably announce in the Discord and on the stream that when I do that. I don't know, 100% will. Right now, the UI doesn't show at all, so I'll need to figure it out. Too tired to do it tonight? That's fair. I mean, there's always tomorrow and the next day and the next day, right? I pretty much only get to... the wires had too much trouble with splines, but even when this one was going straight, sometimes it just completely collapses on itself. I don't know why. It's just weird. Like, it was just going straight. It's like, but this, and I'm like, what is going on? And like, I can, like, you know, shrink these down or whatever, but this is just straight and it does that. Why is it doing that? I don't know. It just is. And I can put additional spline points if I want, which doesn't even fix it. So I'm not going to use this one in the long term. I just was trying to lay it out so I had a better idea of where things are going to be in this level. I mean, because I'll end up turning a lot of things into walls, and like I'll create, you know, temporary placeholders as I figure stuff out. Like, it does this weird crap too. I don't understand what's going on with this thing. I just need to know where it's going to go. So that's kind of what's the plan here. Just run it through all the areas. I'll put the Red Queen's thingy way over there. I don't even know what I'm doing this top area yet or how I'm going to run with it, but I realize there's 111 brushes on the map, so I probably need to fix that because that's why things are getting so slow. But a lot of what I'm doing right now is just a layout, like an idea, but things are actually getting a lot more like where I'm going to want them to be. As I have more and more intricate areas. I mean, these are going to get subdivided like crazy. I always start with a bunch of huge areas and then make them much, much smaller as time goes by. once I have an idea where things are going to go, and I start breaking up huge rooms too, I just added additional things. I like to use the safari room as an example. That room ended up with like a sort of room in it where it was just like I boxed off an area, but it wasn't really a separate room, and then it ended up with the machinery room and the pipe room in there, or sorry, the pump room, all as part of this one room. It got divided up a bunch because it was so big. And the hidden grotto got divided into like the sunken depths and then the hidden grotto itself. Oh, geometry brushes. Well, basically, a short tour of it. So you go up to your geometry and you grab one of these little shapes over here and drag it out. The box is usually the best one. You can click aside and add a material of your choice by just simply finding the material you want. We'll put the iChan arms on there, which will just look weird. I don't care. You can also like select all adjacent surfaces to get all the sides, which I'll do real quick. The more of them you have in the level, the longer it takes. So we'll just go ahead and put the arm thingies on all of them just to make my life more interesting. Sure. Put that to the side. Better select them. iChan. Actually, iChan face is more fun. We'll do that. But now there's a face on there. It's a Poppet face, basically. Terrifying. Alright. So with the Poppet face cube, and it's terrifying to see, you can enlarge it to whatever shape you want. And the cool thing is you can actually, you know, select the side, select all adjacent surfaces, and then you can actually resize them to whatever you want, right? By going down here and scaling differently. I like to do 10 by 10. We'll lock it and then hit apply, and now they're, you know, perfectly scaled. Okay, so now you can use other shapes if you want, such as, you know, we'll use like a cylinder or something. If you have a material selected, it'll actually just use that material, so I had the iChan face selected, so. Now what we're gonna do is you can rotate however you want, sure. And there's an option to make it additive and negative, or additive and subtractive. And see, additive ones exist in the world, and subtractive ones take away from them. And whichever one you place last has priority. So I'll turn this into a subtractive here. The floor is a brush, so it affects the floor too. As you can see, it cuts a hole into there because it's a subtractive, right? And I can extend it out too, so it goes all the way through. And you can do this as often as you want. I'll just, you know, duplicate it. Then when you figure out all the ones you want there, you select every single one you want. Go over to create static mesh. Name it what you want, and then it becomes a static mesh when you hit the create static mesh. And then you just have to add collision to it. So we'll do that. We'll SM face. Sure. So now, over my content here, I have a SM face. And now this is the thing I can just put wherever I want in the world. Don't know why I want it, but you know, whatever. Unfortunately, it has no collision. So you can, two ways to really go about collision, actually 3 ways. You can go here and you can click add a simple collision. That's fine. 4 ways. You can do auto convex here, where you click that and then it appears down here, and you can adjust these numbers to try to get it to manually figure out what it is. I often just try all of them and hope. Give it a second to try. You see, like, it kind of got the collision to work. Sorta. All the green lines represent where the collision is, and no collision in those, so it's kind of okay. The other thing you can do if you want to be lazy is you can actually go up to here and do collision complexity, and you can just select use complex as simple. And it'll just match it completely to the sides. It's a little heavier and you can't use physics with that option, so it does have some drawbacks. The other option is you can put it in a blueprint and then add the collisions manually in a blueprint, position them all, and then merge that blueprint in order to give it collision that way too. So yeah, that's basically the gist of it, and what I do now is I'll just drop it in the world here. Well, I guess I already converted it over there, so but now I can just place them wherever I want. But now, I can just go right through. I'm like, woohoo! Collision, yay! So it's great for making simple shapes. You'll find I make weapons out of it. I've made hearts out of it. I've made machinery out of it. I've made all the walls in the entire game out of it. Like all the walls are made out of them on every floor. Even these windows are made out of them. And that is the secret of the geometry brush. Yeah. Yeah, I actually did a little tutorial about them too, but that's largely the gist of it. I showed another trick I could do in that, but I need to make my tutorials maybe a little more complicated. I find I stop with the examples too quick. I'm not very good at tutorials yet. I need to work on it. I think I'm okay, but good's not the term I would use. I think I'm going to leave those. I'm just going to do the walls up here. And I was going to make the glass about the same here, just match them across the board. That's fair. What I'm going to do is I'm going to start merging some of these together in order to reduce the amount of brushes in the world. Because they calculate for every single one out there. So the more you get, the slower they get. When you have only a couple, they're basically as fast as having just, you know, just static meshes out there. But unfortunately, that does not stay that way. So you got to deal with that. I think I'm pretty okay with this. I don't plan on making any change on the. I can always change them later. I do make new ones all the time. So. What is this room even called? Toy City Entrance? That seems wrong. We'll call it Toy City Stairway. Actually, you know what? Toy City Stairway, I think, will be the thing. Great static mesh. I just put them under A because I got tired of looking for them. The actual chapter is called The Clockwork Knight. Oh, cool. Well, glad it worked out. Yeah, the tutorial was pretty simple. It mostly just showed you how you can make rooms by putting them inside each other and just hollowing things out and stuff. So a slightly different thing than what I did there. I guess I can just have walls in here too. A new folder for walls. Do I even need to do that? Whatever. I'll call this a stairway. Toy City wall. See, now I have this. Perfect. I usually just complex collision them. It has a hard time finding the holes in there, and I don't care enough to screw with it. Later on, I might fix that if I want to really optimize. That's a long time to optimize that way. The thing about YouTube Shorts, and it's a question I basically need to answer, is how I display that, right? Because Those are vertical, but this is very horizontal. So you would miss out on everything. Maybe. Anyway, I'm at this room now. I mean, I would just redo it. It's not that hard of one. I'll see him take a quick bio break real fast anyway. I'll use the restroom. We're back. All right. No, just have AI fix everything? Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. 3 days ago, about AI slaves? Yeah. Of course, trouble is, you know, once the AI can do everything, not sure they're going to need us for much of anything. Just saying. Suddenly it's like, oh, wait a minute. This might be problematic. Just saying. That doesn't work out well at all. So. Now, it was suggested that I use a particular AI service in order to comb through the streams for moments that would be good for shorts. And I might do that. I don't know. I mean, probably. I'll probably test out that free version, see if it's even remotely interesting to me. I don't know if it will be or not, but it could be. I guess we'll call this the Overlook. I don't usually convert these before I have names for the rooms, but there's so many of them that I kind of feel like I have to name them something. Toy City Overlook? Oh. Reverse Uno card? Yeah. This is so gonna get some massive changes before all said and done. I don't know, I'm so gung-ho to work on Chapter 3 when Chapter 2 is still, like, only partially there. But I just have some ideas, and I guess I'm kind of waiting to see what I can get access to as far as which assets are available. Some assets will be better than others, so I'll need to know what I need to find, so. I should just make this one as tall as the other one or something. I don't know. I didn't move this in at all? Really? Why? There's so many questions for why I didn't do that. This one should just be as tall as that. Yeah. Whole area is a mess. Move this in. Kinda. Never mind, I didn't. I have to dupe this wall, move it in. Does this overwrite that one? It does. I don't think this one does, though. No, it doesn't. This is like halfway on this one door. Why'd I even do that? Oh, this is such a mess. This whole area is just not there yet. I don't know what this room's going to be at all. It's the transition from the pirate graveyard. I put a building here just to remind myself. That's fair. Problem is like, most of what I do isn't all that great for these AI things like that. Like a quick tutorial on doing that, I did a better job just when I didn't have the theme going. There's no music in the background. I'm not talking to random people. I don't know how good like of a tutorial short you get out of those. I probably want to do just make a regular video that way. As far as shorts themselves, I mean, I don't know. I should probably repackage tutorials as shorts. But I can't imagine why anybody would want to watch a tutorial as a short. Like, holy crap, that sounds awful. Like, I wouldn't do that at all, but YouTube does like to promote them. This is like 4 brushes I can do right here. That's the goods right there. Hell yeah. If I don't have a side selected, so I have to go and manually to select them all again so I can get a side. I want to match all the aspect ratios on them. Yeah, I don't know. I'll give it a try. I mean, there's like I'll let it just do whatever it's gonna do, and hey, if that works out, great, and if not, I'm out $0. If people want to clip things or something like that, then I can always put those up too, but every time I ever try to clip things, I always get this weird, you know, it's never the right thing. Like, it's very tough to time one of these clip thingies. I really think the clip thingy should actually get about 3 minutes in either direction of whenever you click that button. Because then that gives me, like, you know, 6 minutes to edit, and I can edit that down into something that's really good. Instead, it's like, here's like 30 seconds, but by the time you click that, it's already too late. And hope you remember where this was at. And I was like, this is worthless. Why does this button even exist? The answer is, don't know. Just saying. I don't know what to call half these. But that's okay. I'll figure something out. Caps lock is on now. It's oh, it's like the second floor, upper floor hallway. No, it's actually the second floor. I guess. It is actually, weirdly as it is, the second floor of the building. So it's like, it is the second floor of Toy City, but it's also the second floor of the building, so it actually matches. I cheap them some stuff, probably promise originally choosing them over full video, maybe more watching tours with one mode. I see. It just seems like it'd be hard to see stuff. Which is why I'm not a big fan. Hey, another guy. How's it going? Maybe I'm just weird for not really being a fan from... I don't like shorts, though, to be fair, so... Like, I kind of hate everything about them. They're not long enough to really gather my interest. They're never anything particularly, you know, engaging. They're just some short, throw a bunch of images at me and then send me away. And I'm like, cool, hey, thanks, I guess. Isn't this just identical to that? I think so, actually. Yeah, it is actually. Well, if that's the case. No way I want to do all that twice. You know what's good soon? Seem like they optimized for the short version? I see. I think that a lot of times I just want someone to, you know, explain something really quick and I don't need a big explanation, but I don't really get time for any kind of examples or anything like that in the short ones. It's just kind of a real short, this is how it's done. No ideas on what to do with it. So that's the thing, I guess. I don't know. Seems... I mean, clearly it's the way to go because I've tried the other ones and the other ones don't really get a lot of views, but I've only done like 2. So for those people keeping track, it's not like I did a lot, but I just need a good way to arrange them so that they work for the aspect ratio. So like that's the problem. Like I need to see how Unreal tutorials are done like that and just steal their idea for how they lay it out, because I don't know. I don't watch shorts. I don't even know what they even do, but I sure as hell don't watch shorts tutorials. I've never done that. I probably need to just do research. Because shorts just... I need subs. I don't even care about it. You know, I need subs on there. You're an iPhone baby? That's fair. Oh, doing tutorials on YouTube. And like, you know, clips from streams and everything like that. And potentially doing shorts as tutorials and everything like that. And I was just saying, I don't really like doing that myself, but not gonna lie, you know, it's well, it gets more views. Gets a lot more views. Like I made a short and it got 1,500 views. It wasn't even a great short. Could have been better, but 1,500 views, and no video I've gotten has ever bested 400. And that short, I didn't have to try that hard. And the short, like, it was like 50-50 on likes and dislikes. Which is weird, because I actually thought it was kind of funny. But I'm also not particularly good at shorts, so I was obviously wrong. Yeah, exactly. I just want 1,000 subs. After that, I don't care. It's just so I can get monetized on it. Overthinking it? I don't know if I'm overthinking it. I just don't know how to lay it out so that you can see what I'm doing. Because the screen aspect ratio is so tiny that, let's say I take, you know, a picture of the code that's happening, put it at the bottom, and like a little example, I guess I could do that, but it would be, the code's very very horizontal, not vertical. So I just don't know how to display it so you can see it. I don't really think that's overthinking it. That's just, how do I get it onto a phone screen? It's not ideal for looking at code, especially not blueprints, which are definitely, you know, horizontal in nature. Because I'm thinking it has to be like 2 screens, right? It's got to have like a little screen of what's happening in like the world or whatever, or like the blueprints or whatever, and then like, you know, one with like the little variables and stuff like that too. They're basically splitting it like that. Because otherwise you wouldn't see anything. If I just clipped the center of the screen, you would see nothing. Wouldn't be much of a tutorial then. Do I just say what it is and have like text at the bottom? It just appears saying what you're supposed to do, and then just have a picture for you to look at? Is that the way you do a short? Like, once I have a layout for how to do a tutorial short, then I can just sit there and ape it over and over, but no idea what would be the best method for that. And what I need to display. It partially depend on the short, too, the tutorial too. Like, if it was something done in the world, like clicking things in the world, I would need to have that as a thing. Yeah, they'd have to be simple. Like, it wouldn't be a long tutorial on anything. It's just, how would I display these things like that? Like, I could have shown that, but then I also went over here and clicked, right? So what I would need to have is a picture of what's going on, and then this details over here for that one. And it'd be 2 screens. And that would probably be it. Yeah, I mean, I'll probably try that as a tutorial on there. I don't know, I'll have to look for a way to do shorts that makes it work. I really think it has to be 2 screens. And the issue is simply that it might just be too small to see what's going on. Well, yeah, but that's the problem. Like, yeah, you can do that, but the issue is you can't see the stuff that I'm doing, which makes it worthless. That's why the clips aren't very good. It's like, if I'm doing a tutorial, when I click over here for all this information, you would miss that. Because it would only get you basically this. So it's like, unless it goes, okay, well, let's put it in like a tiny vision here and a tiny vision here, like 2 small ones. For choice, not really. Just say the most unhinged stuff you can imagine and piss off the most amount of people you can. You'll get your engagement. I don't want engagement. I just want people to sub. Once I have 1,000 subs, I don't plan on ever making another video, probably. That's not true. I probably will, but it's just, I don't want to spend a bunch of time making YouTube videos. I just need subs. Once I have 1,000 subs, I can get monetized. The streams are already getting a bunch of, you know, viewership on there. I could just keep streaming and people can just ask me questions. It's like, oh, that's fine. It's not like the tutorials get engagement. They barely do. Each stream gets more views than every tutorial I've done so far. So it's like, but I need 1,000 subs, and it's taking a very long time to get there with streams. Because once they monetize these things, then I'll probably pull in some okay money. I get like 4x the viewers on YouTube that I do on Twitch, on average, so. I really just want that. I just want the 1,000 subs. Whatever gets me there. If for some reason I discover the shorts or tutorials are doing great, then I'll do lots of them, but so far they've done not great. Like, this one has 197 views, not terrible. This one has 79. Less good, less good. And cool. Last stream had 180 views. I didn't do anything special, and these ones are these were during the holidays, so whatever. But still, these tend to do about the same. I didn't do anything extra. These are actually way higher. they kind of waffle, but you can see that the streams already get pretty good views. But the difference is these have huge watch time. Like this stream here had over 213 hours of watch time. You know what doesn't have that? This little video here. Even this one here doesn't. It has 4.1 hours of watch time. That's nothing. It's flat nothing. Like, more hours of watch time means they get to show more ads, which means I make more money. That's way better than this, where, you know, that the engagement's like, I think the engagement's like a minute or something before they just decide to log off or something. Average view duration out, so 1 minute and 13 seconds out of 4 minutes. Like, it wasn't even a long tutorial. And you can watch it go, ew. And, you know, 14% made it to the end of this video that was 4 minutes and 38 seconds long. Wow. That value. Oh yeah, I think some of them like zoomed in and stuff sometimes. They're more complex than I thought. I get where you're coming from that. Yeah. That's just it. Like, I just need a method for displaying it. Once I understand a good way to do it, it shouldn't be hard to do. I don't watch shorts, so I just don't have any experience. I'm gonna have to go and look at other people's tutorials, if they do them for that, and see how they're doing it. Because if the tutorial doesn't convey the information, then what was the point of the tutorial, right? Like, if you can't see what I'm doing, I don't want that, but I don't know. So that's what I'm thinking. As with all things, once I figure out the method for doing it, it's actually really easy. It's just I need a method. Just like with streaming, you know, once I figured out how to stream to Kick, it was easy. Once I figured out how to stream to YouTube, it was easy. Once I figured out how to multi-stream to all these things, it was easy to do it. I just needed to take time to figure it out. And I'm sure I'll get better with the tutorials, and I'm sure they'll get more views than you're seeing. I don't think you'll ever hit the level of view, watch time the streams have, but it's still not terrible. So maybe... I'm gonna call this like Toy City second floor window. Hey boy, what's on me, boy? We in sad times now? Always sad times. What am I working on today? I had some ideas for setting up for Toy City, so I was just building it. Yesterday I made the bosses work better for the first area, but I was like, you know, I have some ideas for this, so I'll probably work on this. I was making some changes to the encounter system a little bit, mostly some tweaks, nothing too extensive on that. I might add some more like enemies for the game or something, or like maybe create some of the eyes for them. I don't even know. Kind of whatever strikes my fancy. I have a bunch of things. I went through the I went through a test of the game, the first chapter yesterday, ever sit with the new encounter system, and ran into no game-breaking bugs, just a handful of stupid bugs. That was nice. I don't have a lot left to do on the first chapter. I need story, and I need to add in like a music puzzle, I think. And then I might just work on the second chapter and add things in. I haven't done any of the boss work for the second chapter. And I was doing boss work yesterday, so. But right now I want to make a train that goes all the way around this. This is just placeholder stuff because its tracks are terrible. But I want to make it so that you can get the train all the way around, and then you have to run it into the Red Queen's castle to get in. So I'll probably put her castle over here. I'm not going to have a checker castle. I think that there's one, not enough space, and two, I really don't have the assets to make a whole checker and everything. Chess is easy because there's a million chess pieces, but there's only 2 checkers. No, we okay? That's fair. I'm glad we okay. If it wasn't okay, I'd be sad. That's sad. So then this would probably get moved over there, I guess. Yeah, pretty much. Actually, I was converting these over because there was 111 brushes on this map, and I realized that it was getting to the point of being stupid, where I could barely move anything. I've actually gotten rid of, you know, 13 brushes already. I'm not getting rid of all of them, but if it looks like an area that'll be close enough to done, I'll just roll with it. These are duplicated, so there's no reason not to just run it on over, since this one's already completed. I decided that I was going to ditch the saving a toy mechanic. I kept thinking about it. I know I always said I would ditch it once before and I put it back, but the simple reality was, in all this time I've been thinking about it, and I haven't come up with any particular new toys I'd want to save. Like, there's kind of like no point to the whole mechanic. It's like, well, if this were a different game where I really saved building a whole city, but it's just not. It's really, there was never a painting world in any version of the game until now. You could travel through the paintings to get to other sections of it. Was originally an attic. It was a big attic, apparently. But a whole, like, you know, like liminal space that you could go in and save toys never existed. All you ever did was drag a bunch of toys that you rescued over to another area of the attic that was safer than others. There also wasn't some weird curse that was perpetually attacking you either. There was a curse over that brought them all to life, but they were like individual curses that kind of brought them to life at night and just kind of made them do their own things. So I was like, I never made any particular lore or reason, anything like that, for why you would be doing, like, dragging them to this weird liminal space. Like, there was like a handful of things. I think I made like 6 or 7 NPCs in the RPG Maker version that existed that all served like dumb minigame purposes. That was kind of it. There was no point. So I couldn't think of anything I was going to use it for, so I just kind of took it out. And now I've decided that Anizon has, I'm going to put her in a storage room on every single floor, and she sells different things in each one. The little greedy little rodent that she is. And I'll have other ones kind of wandering the world that have like weird things that are going on, but I'm just gonna ditch the toy save, which means I made the painting world smaller, which means I don't have to spend a bunch of extra time on it. Sort of. It mostly consists of essentially just carrying something to a location, throwing it in, and then all it does is create an area that's just a place you walk around and talk to things. Like, it creates a town. But creating towns isn't fun. It's really not. Like, it breaks the entire flow of the game to essentially walk around and talk to people. Oh, a little cap now? Fair enough, yeah. Yeah, it's like, I'm just like, it's like the Assassin's Creed Shadows thing. It's like, cool, you can make a town with cats. Can I get back to, you know, assassinating people again? I thought that was the point of Assassin's Creed, right? Like, what is this crap? Why waste all this dev time on something that is not important, you know? And it's not the first idea that I had a lot of time put into that turned out to be half-baked. After all, there was the voodoo doll from, like, for Voodoo's fight, like the little voodoo doll of you mechanic. And that thing was so half-baked, and I think I spent like 2 months trying to make it not half-baked. And it was half-baked at the end. It was so bad that I took it out. So now the painting world is almost finished. I just get to pimp out this room. That's all I gotta do. I'll make it look cool. And you'll show up here to talk to Tinka. You'll show up here to save. Maybe there'll be some, like, you know, ways to check out your collections or something here. And you'll travel to different worlds, or to different areas. That's it. That's all it needs to be. And then I don't have to devise God knows what and a million quest lines and things like that for a game that doesn't want that. It's a Metroidvania. Not like, you know, a regular RPG where you run around and kill 10 of something or collect 10 of something. But now I get to have the lore of having Annie's on hidden in every single storage thing. She just opens up a little business in each of the little storage things. How did she get there? It's one of those weird mysteries where she's just always there. I also found out that I could put level instances for Steam, so I started putting Steam in places, so now I can have a real steampunk game. Like a real boy. There's just Steam in random places. Maybe I'll put more of them in too, because there's not that many. I also don't like those crappy ones to the ground very much. Put a thing in here too, so I'm going to keep pimping this out. And I just got to make one really cool room. You show up and talk to her, you can jump off if you feel like it. That's fine. Technically I could hide something down there, I guess. If I wanted. I don't know if I do, but... You could walk around out here. So maybe I'll get a little crazy with that. Including jumping on this gear. The gear's not got very good collision. Traveling through space. Hell yeah. Am I using nanite into this new update stuff? Nope. Nanite sucks. I'm gonna say it. Said it many times. Nanite sucks. Nanite requires to use DirectX 12. DirectX 12 sucks. Every time I turn on DirectX 12, I lose like 20 FPS. The game starts crashing all the time. The engine starts crashing too. And it's like, Nanite does not help. Nanite kind of gets back a few of those FPS, but not all of them. And it still keeps crashing over and over. And then I have to get rid of every transparent surface because Nanite doesn't do transparent surfaces. It's just a catastrophe. I don't think Nanite's game ready. Maybe someday, but I don't think it's game ready now. Maybe kind of like in BioShock where you choose to save or not and get rewarded or not. Maybe different ending. Oh yeah, with the little girls in that. I forgot what they're called. Like the something sisters or something. Where if you save them or not, you get an ending. That's fair. There is in fact 2 endings to the game, and it does revolve around whether or not you save a particular character. I won't tell you who. You'll figure it out or you won't. The clues are there. What you must do to save that character will dictate if you get the good ending or not. But that was always planned. Well, I mean, I could say that, Poppet was looking for her friend, and that's how she ended up getting killed off by this, the toy maker, right? She was out looking for her missing friend. So, I guess you could probably 2 and 2 together. Maybe her friend might be here. So, if you can save her friend, well, good times. Oh, Annie's on. That would be funny. She's got such a lousy model too. I literally just took an enemy and put a hat on it and said their lore is because that one has the hat, it runs the shop. That's the lore for that character. But yeah, like, I planned for that. You only get the good ending if you do that. Or you will prematurely end your game and have a not so great ending. Because I will hide, just like the Castlevania games, I will hide a portion of the game behind the fact that you got the crap ending or the good ending. Crap ending, the game ends. Good ending, the game continues. Let the party continue. So. It should be interesting. I was really excited too, because I actually put a concept for that fight in the game, but I did it off stream. Because I didn't want to spoil it for you guys. I even put different music in if you actually have brought what you need to win the fight or not. I would actually get the good ending. So if you didn't bring the right stuff, it'll play music that, yeah. And you'll never even know you've killed your friend until it's too late. Yes. I can't wait to see the looks on people's faces. Fantastic. I look forward to it so much. Yes. There's like a major mechanic in this game that I haven't even shown off yet. I have not put it in for a reason. I'm gonna keep you guessing for a while. It'll eventually show up. Pretty much. Like, the story's not what you think, so. But I've left that mechanic out partially because I'm not sure how I want it to play exactly, and like I have some ideas on its effects, but but also because, well, I'm trying to keep a lot of the spoilers for the end. Yeah, I don't really want to spoil things for you guys if you don't want to know, right? Because there's some people who are like, just don't spoil it for me. Oh God, don't tell me anything. I'm like, okay, I won't tell you. I might have to put like a warning in like the stream title when I actually finally work on it. Be like, yeah, mega spoilers. Don't show up if you don't want to know. I don't know. I'm not a very good model for a friend either there. No. Soon, though. Soon. If I can get a better graphics card, I can actually do some of Dad's work on the stream, too. That'd be nice. But I don't have money for that. I just don't. I really don't. I didn't see the, what, like the 5060 Ti. What, do we have any ads going? Like the 5060 Ti with like 16 gigs of RAM is only like, what, 422 right now on Amazon before taxes, so 460 or something after taxes. And by only, I mean I still don't have that kind of money sitting around to buy it, but I need another NVIDIA card since both the streaming codec and DAS want that card. So I really can't get away with doing anything else. I gotta do that instead. That silks. Wait, well, I'm gonna do it this way. I just grab this one. It's already lined up. It's way smarter. This is my ghetto train. I could change these things to look like a different material too, and that probably look better. I could also make it not black as well. Problem is the style of the train is too new. I mean, I could probably lie and say it's close enough, but it's not. Everyone expects a Western style train. But now, as far as story things goes, I kind of go back and forth on how much I want people to know in advance. I really do. Like anyone testing the game would obviously get pretty spoiled and things, but I might not even include the story in the test version just so you don't have to ruin that for yourself. Though I don't know. Seems like I'd want to include some of the story so you know what you're doing. I really need to code it in the last mechanic, though. It doesn't matter in the first chapter. The last mechanic doesn't actually affect the first chapter at all, so I can test the first chapter until I get blue in the face, and it doesn't make a difference, but will matter eventually. So I'm gonna need to make some decisions about that. What if I just eliminate this one here and then just run a road straight over so it fits better? Still didn't fit very well there either. It's okay, I can just lower it by a small amount. That'd probably be fine. I can run the city thing through there. This track's not going to be here. I guess it's just me trying to figure out what I was going to do with this train here. I grab this. The problem with this train is it didn't come with any, like, you know, anything besides a coal car. So it's not like, it doesn't have all the little ones to, you know, walk around. I considered taking this here and just ramming this on the front of it and then putting the wheels from this one underneath this so that they were a little more older looking. Then just move this down some. Something like that. Just delete this crap. We'll just save everything real fast and then I'll edit this. Could do red doors or something, I guess. I don't know. Open this up too. Use the same glass material on everything, so this way I don't have to load additional assets that didn't need to be loaded. Wait, what? Didn't I change this? Wait, what? Oh. For some reason it's like, nope. Gotta change the one in the world too. Okay, fine. And that's also a door left, but just in the opposite direction? Is that what I'm hearing here? Oh, right, okay. That worked. Is it the cabin doors? Do I care about the cabin doors? I got rid of them so you could actually just travel between them. For now, I don't care. I literally just picked the train up and dropped it from the other one so I don't have to get crazy with it. I can put a bunch of them like this so that they're like underneath this thing here and kind of cheat my way through it. I guess. It's probably not going to be the most ideal thing in the world, you know? And I probably want to just have a singular train car that I repeat over and over. I probably want to build like that, but for purposes of this, it'd be something along these lines. But again, this doesn't really match that well, so I don't know how that works. I also got rid of the coal car, but you can't really get to the front of the train with the coal car there, so I don't really know what the plan is for that. It's possible I could just go with a steam power, actually, it's like a little, like some sort of other type of train that doesn't have this on it. This did come with a front end to it. which looked a lot like, where is it at? A lot of it's what can I get away with? I mean, to be fair, it's not, you know, the regular world, and there's obviously magic going on, so I can cheat some, but the issue is the front of these trains especially, oh, if this loads, I believe in you, looks a lot like this. Which the little switches and everything would be fine, I guess. But the game's becoming a lot less steampunk at that point. I mean, to be fair, there's a lot of things in the game that don't seem so steampunk, right? But this is still really modern. But if you look at a tram from that kind of time period, like the tram is not that far off. I don't know. Let me bring it. I guess it is, right? Because like I was looking at this classic tram that Laertes has. And honestly, I could just not have a train and just use a tram. You just ride the tram around. That's pretty cheap too. It's on sale too, so $10 is not the worst choice in the world. But I don't know. I'm not 100% clear how the gameplay elements are going to work around this, but it's not a bad idea. And Laertes stuff is nice, except for that they don't always have easily like openable doors, I guess. So that kind of sucks. But this one says it's animated, realistic, fully customized parts, blueprints. So it sounds like it is. There's an argument for that, just trams. Otherwise, I'm stuck with like vintage train stuff, which I was looking at, like this kind of crap. Which looks more like these. I don't even know if you can even go in that car, to be honest. So I don't think you even can. So I'm not even trying to use that one. Or what else I got? You can always remember I can always just replace the materials on these so they can be steampunk. So like this one here is actually probably the best one because you can go inside, but you can't easily get to the next car, which is kind of a problem. But it has cars, you could go inside, making it probably the best choice. $25 isn't terrible. I'd rather wait for a sale, of course. I don't even need it yet. It's not working on the 3rd chapter, but well, I'm not going to finalize the 3rd chapter. Like this is pure concept. I just had so many brushes that it was getting tough to move things around. But it'd probably be something along the lines of this one. I think this is actually the best one by a good margin. The funny thing is the game was originally in the 1890s, so that would have actually been perfect. But the other assets don't match. Whereas this is clearly not the right choice. It's just I have no other train at the moment, so for now it's my placeholder idea. These tracks also sucked too. I tried to use them in splines, they were trash. Spline tracks are harder to find than you think. So yeah, this isn't that great. I'll probably be getting rid of it. Quiet night on the old, quiet night normally now. Fair enough. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking. For those who are interested, maybe it is a tram, maybe it's not. I was just going to run the train all the way around. Just because it's cool. I think everyone wants me to have a train. Kind of weird not to. I'm not sure I want these windows here. They bite my cheek there. So it's possible I might make these smaller too. I don't know. A lot of these walls have a lot of holes in them because of the fact the train thing's here. Yeah, I guess the castle has to be. I'm not sure what I'm gonna do for a steampunk castle. I wonder if that has a steampunk castle. Or an idea for a steampunk castle. Not really. So I'm thinking more like steampunk castle types of things. What kind of ideas have? Maybe just like a castle with gears on it. More castles with extra gears and things. It looks like. It looks like everyone just decks out a castle. Or some sort of weird floaty thing, but I'm not doing that because it's not floating. Yeah, okay, some kind of castle that I just put a bunch of gears and crap on. It looks like the choice of champions. As always the case, I had gears, pipes, and steam. Boom, steampunk. Done and done. Wait. Is that really all steampunk is? All this time. I've been finding I like really fast-paced games when I do stuff. All too often, like even this, I actually use this for a game concept idea. This particular track here, amongst the other ones there, and it was all very fast. I realize every game I make is always really fast. Like I said, my biggest game dev sin is in fact that I don't slow the game down enough for people to enjoy it. Whatever, I'm just gonna do this here and just run it over here. I don't care, nothing to do with it. More problems, perfect. Yeah, I might invest like a good 30-40 bucks into just assorted things to make this city work out. At least now I know what I need. That's always the big thing that I need there. It's like I need a train station set up here, so I'll figure out something here. And I don't know what this is even going to be called. Could go with a Western theme instead of a steampunk theme. But then the question is this, is like, how do I merge chess with Western things, right? Like, how do I merge a queen with the Western thing? I mean, to be fair, I guess Victorian and the Western stuff all happened at the same time. Like the Victorian era and the cowboy era. 1890s. Actually, the Victorian era is much longer. Really long. Because the Edwardian era was really short, right? Victorian era. What was the time from that? Oh, so 1837 to 1901 would be the Victorian era. The 1890s is like late Victorian era. And like the Western era would have been all throughout that too, right? The 1800s. So if I just decided to pull it back to Victorian era, which wouldn't really affect the story terribly a lot, the only thing it really affects is the believability of certain things being there. I think I could get away with basically everything except these cars. These cars could not be here. These would need to be removed. There's no way this existed in the Victorian era. They did have cars in the 1800s, believe it or not. Look it up. They actually have a bunch of random cars in the 1800s, but they're a lot closer to stuff like this than they are that. This is like the Ford Model T type of thing, 1920s type of scenario. That's not a thing. Also, electricity was less well known, but to be fair, in a steampunk city, there would be electricity. So if I took that out, it could still be the 1800s instead of the 1920s. I'm just saying that era. Like, it's not actually like, you know, it's not in this world, so it's, I don't have to be canon to everything in the, you know, that happened in the world. But just kind of an era that I'm working off of. Basically, it'd be like Bioshock 1 versus Bioshock Infinite kind of thing. And Bioshock Infinite's got more of a future, it's more like World's Fair type of.
Greetings, my excellent friends.
Hey, Lippis, how's it going? I'm building stuff. Stoof. Such stoof, much wow. I don't know why these are. We don't need these. I'm adding a train to the outside of this. Going through stuff. These tracks are terrible and they break like crazy, but I'm not going to keep these tracks. I don't care. I just wanted a location. Yep. Supposed to ram the train into the Red Queen's castle in order to get inside and put her castle over here somewhere. I don't have a concept for the castle yet, but I need a big area for it. This seems pretty good. So it probably needs to be an additional track that goes this way or something. I don't know. I'll figure something out for it. Not sure how this is going to work out, but I just want to build it around the train concept. So you'll have to hit things in order to open these ways into the next area to bring the train along. Could be interesting, might be terrible. We'll find out. How's stuff going with you? Third chapter's coming along nicely. To be fair, the second chapter's not even finished, but the third chapter's coming along nicely. Oh, you said no train? We're doing really exactly. I need a train. It's important. I want a train. Imagine not having a train. That's weird. Who does that? Like, seriously. There's rules, you see. It's steampunk. There has to be a train. It's actually not true at all. Steampunk things very rarely actually have trains, as weird as that is. Often you see airships a lot more, but this is inside of a building, so I kind of foobarred the airship idea. And you still got to put airships somewhere. I'm not even sure what I'm doing with a chariot. Question my life decisions, I think, is what's going to happen. Trains are a must? Yep. I'm going to have to buy some better train assets. The ones I have now don't work. They're not getting the job done. In no world are they getting the job done. I click this one. Like, maybe eventually, I don't have good stuff. I need way better stuff. I just do. These tracks are so garbage. I don't know what their problem is. Sometimes they work and sometimes they don't. But it doesn't matter. After all, I'm just going to replace them later. It's already almost completely connected up. A lot of me is here so lazy. I see. Well, don't you sound all important? Well, the rest of us are like, I'm just gonna sit here and play game dev all day. I'm still rooting for contract killing as your job, by the way. I don't really want to know if it actually is. One, because I wouldn't want to know if there was about like anything like that would be a problem to know. But two, because it loses the mystique if I ever find out. Like, well, that's no fun. But I can always imagine it's contract killing, and it's way more exciting to me than what it probably really is. Got to keep the mystique for as long as possible. Some things are more fun if you don't know. Alright, everyone was here right now, who is here right now, got to see the tracks meet. Congratulations. They don't meet very well, I don't really care, but they met. All of you lot are allowed to be excited now. You, in fact, were here. Congratulations. The Poppet rail is now in effect. No train could ever use this because the curves on it are way too ridiculous for a train, but that's okay. I'll make it work just the same. So it might be a tram or something later. The concept's in place. Never use splines? Difficult to curve it? Not difficult to curve it, but not everything works very well as a spline. Some things work great, some things just are complete trash. Really just depends on how they're made. So if it doesn't behave well, you're kind of SOL, and if it does behave well, then it can be amazing. This one's so random in what it does. It was clearly... Well, the funny part is they actually made the spline themselves. I didn't make it at all. But it works like crap. It's possible I don't even bother to do anything special with the train. I just have it going through the whole thing too. I should have actually made the spline myself, because their spline is such trash. I don't know what they did. Looks weird. I should have just used my own spline. In fact, I could probably morph this one into one of the regular splines. Because this one is the suck. Find the spline thingy wherever it's at. Look at how much better mine works. And if I want to fix these giant things, I can just go, oh look! Bonk. Bonk. I have fixed it. It is no longer crap. It now works and isn't whatever they were doing, which was terrible. And they should feel bad about what they did. In fact, their children's children should know the horror that they committed with that thing and learn to never do that again. Yes. That about explains it. Yep. I need a lot of points during at the where it bends to make it work very well. Yeah, now it looks like it actually works, and I just need to go through and just put ones at various points there in order to bend it however I want and make it look nice, and then I can just make it look basically usable. Like, and I can just use this train track. Before I couldn't do it at all. It was just terrible. So, you know. Just because I did it better than whatever crap they were doing. Some of us just do it better. Guess I'm gonna do this out here farther. Problem with train tracks is they really can't curve like I want them to curve. Doesn't really work like that. Try, but it don't work very well. It's a little better. It's not great. Yeah. Basically, each point you can sit there and grab it, and then you can pull the various rotator thingies on it. So it's like little rotation points you can do to bend it as you see fit. And you can just right click on the spline and add more points whenever you want to add more points. And that's a lot of what I'm doing here. I actually saw those. I don't know why I didn't just do this before. You can see where there aren't any points on it. Oh, this one here, it's like, oh, no points. And this is a super simple spline. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to tutorial how to make a spline. Yeah, that's my list. Whoa. I usually just go approximately a certain distance, then just add another one, and just keep doing that. And that's how I get my thing all perfect. Perfect being relative, of course. And so you just kind of play with them, and you'll get to the point where they look a little nicer. Much better than that crap I had. I ran all these together except for I didn't. I don't feel like moving the train just to put these underneath right now. Yeah, it's looking way better now. All because I fixed their garbage. I'm gonna move this out of there to the splines so I don't accidentally lose it, or if I ever reinstall it or whatever. Always remember to update your redirector references. Otherwise, you'll have problems. It's problems anyway. Look at all those things, Jesus. Yeah, I'll figure out what to do about the train things. I had another train set too, but it also was pretty mediocre. It's when I stole the tracks from. It was this one. Good tracks, trash everything else. Oops. Yeah, as you can see, it's like super new stuff. Also, these aren't even open, so I can't even go with them like that. It's terrible. But I had tracks that were cool, so that's nice. And a terrible spline road, I guess. So, yeah. Cool, I guess, but whatever. I have to do some serious coding to make this work. This whole area is going to be such a mess, but that's okay. Once I have a concept, I can sit there and think about how I'm going to gamify the concept. I just need that first. If I don't have that first, I have a real hard time. For Richu, who was here to see this link up, you know, I mean, like, good for you. Hey, Deep Vortex, how's it going? They're pretty much stuff. They're way too modern. Like, a lot of these things are just super modern. It's just a real not gonna work out for me. So I'm just kind of working with it until I figure it out. Pretty much, Steve Arctic. I'm running a train all around this entire level. I'm fixing the tracks because the other track was really crap, and I redid the code on it, so it was a spline mesh, but mine does much better now, so I'm able to make it look not like garbage. I don't have the actual train thing, and I'm not going to program it today. As mostly this is just a concept for the third chapter. So I really just I need something to think about, like something I can look at and build off of that. I can't build off of just some random thing in my head. I gotta see how it looks in real life, i.e. in the game itself. Oh, weird. Just get rid of the one that's in the air. Yeah, should be good. Should be interesting. A lot of the third chapter will center around what the train does, so I figure that'll be a good thing to build off of. But I gotta kind of fix it a bit. Maybe replace it later. Think for a good C++ tutorial in Real, so you can start with C++ now instead of blind. Fair enough. I don't know what to tell you on that one. I don't use C++ in Unreal, so I know of no good tutorials for such a thing. Not for me. Blueprint or bust. I love blueprints. Fair enough. I wouldn't do that if you paid me, but you know. Far be it from me to stop anyone from doing it themselves. I don't know why I didn't just keep the one that was in the middle of it better than that. There we go. Much better than previous. Still not great, but gotta admit, it's definitely better than it was. Horribly optimized, but that's okay. Oh. Might need to get it move around a little bit here. Maybe a castle for here. I mean, my concept is over here, but the excess tracks. Like these. To be fair, I could also make the castle much bigger and go over this whole area up here. And get rid of this floor thing here. This is... I hate when one of the sides does that. Whatever. It's weird that this is halfway into one wall and halfway into the other. Like, why would I do that? It's like the weirdest strategy I've ever seen. Did I just move this wall down or something? Was that what happened? No. So, why did I do it like that? I have so many questions. This needs to be as tall as that one. 14? It is a 14. Is it just like in the ground or something? No, I think this is actually messing with it a bit. Do I want to put more holes in the floor? I think I do, so I'm a little concerned on what I'm going to do with that. I knew what I wanted to know. That's what they sent like a intro room and then have a city beyond it too, like sort of in a block. Hmm. I don't know, I was in the location instead of actually just using the transform. Thanks for the lurk, Helm Vector 7. Never gonna figure this one out by itself, so we'll see this and just cheat. I have 4 brushes down. Only 91 to go. I've got rid of 20 of them so far along the way. I mean, this area is so concept, it's hard to get rid of them because I don't necessarily want to. I might want to move things around, but at some point you get so many of them, they don't really move anymore, and it's you got to kind of merge a bunch of them together and then go, okay, well, now I got to make some new ones. And I spent a lot of time refining areas. There's still going to be quite a lot to this area, so it's not like it's completely worthless yet. Am I even going to have this as an area? Am I just going to have a giant top thing? I don't even know. That's the problem. This whole chapter has a bonus area I need to deal with. And I don't know how necessary it is to do so. Fixes that problem. These aren't even, I like you have the opposite problem. Nice. I think I'm gonna take a bit of a break. Not super long, but kind of stretch the legs a little bit, wake myself up a little bit, and I'll be back. sandwich I can munch along the way too, and you know, may as well continue. Kind of want a graveyard, or like where all the I mean, there's a sheriff station, so I guess where all the criminals get executed. That's kind of a weird thing to have, though, right? Hmm. I can see through the bottom of it. So I'm gonna fix that. Boom. No more seeing through the bottom. Hmm. I don't know what to do with all these yet. Just kind of move things around, get an idea of where things are gonna go. Put lights in here or something. I really do got to get a better thing for this. Should have waited to lower these, but I didn't. So there you go. So now I kind of want to put these as a little barrier next to it. Not barrier, but I mean a thing next to it, just as a concept setup, I guess. I see. Fine, I'll do a GeoBrush. I didn't really want to. There's so many of them on the level as is. Oops. But I should. I'm making my life way harder for no reason. Someone do it anyway. The old false floor strategy. Also no number lock. Fair enough. It's a lot easier. I don't know why I don't just do it every time. Definitely a quiet night tonight. Fair enough. It happens. Some days are just super busy, and other days it's like, eh. I'm not even sure I'm going to gamify these yet. Be interesting to see. Hey Cody H, so can others also play a Unity game such as an EXE? Wait, you're asking if they can run an EXE file? I mean, because I'm sure they can. You could probably package Unity games as an EXE. It wouldn't surprise me. Not that I know a whole lot about Unity per se. This is in fact Unreal Engine. My experience with Unity consists of a Lego demo I did ages ago, and it was fun. I have no regrets for doing the Lego demo. Didn't really care for Unity, but I did like the Lego demo. It turns out digital Legos are also quite fun. As he builds whole levels in this, digital Legos are quite fun. It's actually kind of raised up. Mistakes were made. Only terminal? Like, you program games in terminal? No questions. But no, you can package for pretty much any platform, at least with Unreal, and I'm assuming Unity can do the same. I'd be surprised if it couldn't. 3D map art. Nice, nice. Yeah, as far as I know, EXEs are an option. Because I know this can package it pretty much whatever you want. You just go package, and then you got Android, iOS, Linux, Mac, tvOS, whatever that means is, when Windows itself has options to package into. And I didn't install anything to do the consoles or anything like that. I didn't really intend to develop for them at the moment, but not Deb. Maybe. And you can package project for Linux, and then I don't actually know what it packages into for Linux. I haven't installed all the stuff to even test it. You need all the files so that for it to understand whichever OS you're doing. I put all the stuff in for Windows, but I didn't put the other ones in because, well, I hadn't planned on building for them. I mean, this is never going to be an Android or iOS game. Maybe Linux could be a thing, I guess, but not likely. But maybe. Grab a building and put it over here just so I can pretend like it looks neat. Here, we'll grab one of these. Just so I can pretend like there's some sort of a cool setup going on here. In my concept room. Hell yeah, concept room. Well, thanks for the lurk, Fox. I'm making concepts for the 3rd chapter. I put a train track that goes all the way around. Hell yeah, train tracks. It doesn't have any collision because I forgot. But I'm just saying. That out there. Gonna put the Red Queen here, and I'm gonna have you ram the castle with the train in order to get in. Windows is a Linux preference option. Thanks, info. Sure. Pretty much both the major engines, you know, for game dev can package for kind of everything if you want them to. But not gonna lie, my experience with packaging with them is limited to Windows so far. Much smoother than yesterday? Oh. Yeah. Well, I mean, I can make it smoother too than this. These are unoptimized areas you're seeing, so they're never going to be that great. But you can see how much better the FPS is now, because I just closed all the extra windows that were open for the engine. I'm just running a circle around where all the tracks are. Oh. Are the Red Queen spawns here for some reason? Didn't I move that? Also, this is high up for no reason. Just to run a circle, yeah. Most of the tracks are pretty decent. Not great, but... Is there a hole in this? That's quality right there. These are also floating in the air, by the way. Oh, thanks for dropping by, Lepus. Good luck with all the meetings. Only take the good contracts, okay? Don't take the crappy one. You want to get good payout. They put it in Shattercard Glass Knights. I have no idea what that means. You got me? I don't know. I got nothing. Oh, concept area. Why are you so concept-y in area like? What was I doing? I could just do this as a brush too. Ah, whatever. I don't care. I'm just not gonna use that one. I don't care. I'm probably going to use pipes to go to all places like that and start winding pipes up into these places, maybe. I don't know. I'll think about that one. If that's the case, I'll probably take the glass out. Chest horse, yeah, there's going to be chest pieces. In like the second area especially. This first section with the city might be policed by chest people. I don't know, that could be the thing. Because I only have so many enemies and I don't know what I'm going to do with the chests, with the chest area and with this city area. But I'm definitely going to have chest pieces. Pretty much the entire board. Just wandering around doing things. Because, you know, why wouldn't I do that? That's just too exciting not to. Wait, I can click pieces of this individually? Huh, and move them? Weird. I make a whole bunch of custom buildings for this area too. I just kind of like having stuff where I have an idea of what's going on here. So this way I'm building towards something. I still need a toy store, storage area for the shop. I gotta put in Amazons on every level. It's a requirement because it's the shop in the game. I was gonna make a lot more buildings. So the ideas are coming along for this place. Did I make this a whole wall yet? I have not. I kind of feel like there should be glass there too, just to complete the cycle. Don't know if it'll stick, but maybe. You don't ever see crystal stairs or aura plates to move around on? Are you expecting crystal stairs and aura plates? What is an aura plate, first of all? And why would there be crystal stairs? It's a steampunk world. This is a toy store. It's mostly like a theme park and a building versus anything else, but still. first area is designed to be where no one's supposed to go. I might make it more Halloween themed. The second area is more like like Neverland type of theme, and this one's like a, you know, Toy City type of theme. And then the basement area is going to be another theme, kind of. I kind of been mixing the themes up a little bit. There's like chess area in here and like that, so it's like a lot less rigid theme setup here. It's easier to grab from the top, I think. Yeah, I don't know what you're looking for on that one, but yeah. These could actually match up a little better, probably. I can also smooth this over. Yeah, I might make the top area more Halloween themed. I don't even know. Most things are already kind of designed though, so I don't really want to change too much, but I really thought this there were going to be more levels to play with, and there really just aren't, because I kind of chopped it down a lot. Part of it simply being I realized how long this is going to take, and I mean, in reality, the game should actually be ready for testers sometime at the start of summer of 2026, so they have months to test it. So the real actual time frame that I really want to have the game set up and ready to go and like the content all there is then. Otherwise I won't have any time for testers and I'll pick a different release date. Won't be very good. I have a bunch of pre-made buildings that are already out there, so I'll drop a few of them in here just so I get kind of a concept set up. One second. Oh wait, it's a great board, so I wanted to keep the board. She's a chess piece. Of course she would like the white and black checkered board. Why wouldn't she like that? She's a chess piece. I mean, seriously. I would expect that out of a chess piece. I'll put some towers here to remind myself that these are a thing I could have here. So honestly, I don't know what I'm going to do about it yet, but Well, now I want one in every corner. Or it'll bug me. I don't know what to do with them yet. I'm probably going to build this as 2 floors, so these are probably going to get built up, and I'm going to build a weird castle set up in here. I realize I want to go grab something first. This. Whatever. As long as she lands on here, I'm not going to worry about getting it too crazy. Let's build a ghetto castle. Oh, nice. It's got the crap on it. That means this one does too. Can't seem to click that top part very easy, but that's okay. I'll try to get all this way. Oh, it doesn't want me to click it, huh? Whatever. Yes, it's going to be super ghetto. That's fine. That's 100% fine. Every time, the initial concepts of everything are the ghettoest crap you'll ever see. And this is going to be basically that. I'm pretty certain it's going to be 2 stories and not be like this ghetto, but hear me out. Ghetto is good. Probably. I'm not sure that's a true statement, but that's what I'm doing, so fair enough. Oops. Got the brush, huh? And this counts as that room, so it's perfectly acceptable. And I might just wall it higher and put like towers around the outside, but just I needed an idea of what would it do. I do have some towers for steampunk though, so I can make it happen. I'll continue with the concept, but it's going to be too small for her, obviously. But is it? The question is, how big is the Queen's area going to be? Do I make it like this big whole section here? Maybe. Oftentimes I just kind of build and work from there. Like I'll come up with some idea that seems like good enough for me, or build an idea off of the ideas I come across. I'm like, that's not a bad idea. Happens a lot. The area's really big. Maybe I will put Tilly back on this area. I don't know. I also haven't found any place to have a flying AI, so I'm not sure what I'm going to do about that if I'm going to have it at all. Actually, there are flying AIs. It's just, I don't know about like airships or something. Maybe. It's like put multi-layers to her castle, so that's probably what I'll end up doing. One of the unfortunate things is originally I had these 5 victims, right? Like the 5 other girls, you know, were basically taken and killed and put their souls put in dolls. Well, 5 toy ones anyway, not including Tinka, of course. And I was gonna have you fight all of them. One of them doesn't really have a spot. That'd be Tilly. It does not have a spot. And that's because you have you fighting the sheriff instead. Who's not, you know, Tilly. This area is very big. I'm just trying to think of what needs to get done in this chapter. But I mean, this area is big. And the way I'm seeing it now, that's not part of the area. is that this whole other side area could literally be you fighting Tilly or something like that. Maybe to get control of the train. I don't hate this idea. She's just kind of a throw-in the other chapter, and like the other chapter doesn't want her. But the other chapter is smaller than this one. It's, I'm going to say about an entire floor plus. Actually, how big is this? Let's just double check this. I'm pretty certain it loses like a quarter of one floor and a quarter of another, so I think it's only like a floor and a half. Whereas this is actually over 2 floors, making it just huge. It largely was uniting chapters 4 and 5 together. Because there wasn't enough story reason to have 2 separate chapters, other than I just wanted to have different biomes to fight the things. Yeah, this one loses this whole corner of the building here. The safari room. And then it loses this big old chunk here. Both this floor. Well, this floor doesn't count down here. That's part of that, but this floor here. So it actually loses a pretty good chunk of space. I mean, those rooms probably combined for like, I don't want to say a third, but maybe like a fifth of it or something. Maybe even a fourth of the thing. They'll say like a fourth, so it's like a 4 3/4 versus the other one being 2 floors and then some. Being whatever this little space over here counts as. We'll say like an 1/8 or something, so like 2 1/8 floors. That's big. That's really big. It's also currently the busiest chapter, forcing even more backtracking. As you really start to uncover what the actual plot is, a lot more at that point. Like, you understand some along the way, it's like that, but I think it starts to unfold a lot more here and then in the final chapter than in the first 2. I'll put Chili on the 3rd floor, or the 3rd chapter. She feels like such a throw in there in the 2nd chapter. Whereas this one has a whole steampunk setup as well, so. And I can give Tilly a big old fighting arena. Which I honestly just think is cooler in my mind than, you know, not having that. What am I going to do with this setup here? That's the other question. Am I dead set on this being where you go down? A weird noise. What's supposed to happen in the 3rd chapter? Let me just double check my notes. My notes are not as extensive as I wish they were for exactly what I want to have happen. I started adding some additional things and moving things around. Okay, so it's mostly about finding specific items. Maybe I put the sheriff's office in the corner and make Tilly in where the sheriff would be. She's much more related to the city stuff, being a more of a steampunk character herself. And they have the sheriff's office off to the side. Could make the sheriff optional, but he's not really. He could guard the basement. What's the real order I want this to be in? Originally we were going to fight the Red Queen last. But also there was a King Checker I thought about putting in there, but I realized that there's just no assets to make a Checker army or anything like that be all that cool in my mind. I'll have some Checkers you can fight running around. That'll be like the extent of those, I think. I made them, so why not, right? But supposed to be the Red Queen, and then you go into the basement. How does the basement play out exactly? Oh, I need to have that happen. And the final chapter is going to have a lot of boss fights. It is possible could be a 5th chapter. If you get the good ending, you get to the 5th chapter. I might break it up like that. I worry about the game's length. Like I say, the fact that I need to have it essentially done by next summer so that I can do testing says a lot on how much time I really have left. Unless I early access it, in which case I have lots of time, but I'm sure I'm doing that. What if you battle Tilly to get a hold of the train, and then the sheriff comes after you because you're a train robber, right? That'd be pretty fitting. And he comes after you because you're a criminal, so he's crazy too, so they're all crazy. Thanks for that. Can we paste it where that's not a problem, like up in the air or something? Let's paste it on top of this, right? That'll work. Silly glitches. I'd make this the gearworks, and then the sheriff's station would be somewhere else. So let's say you start the train here and you gotta, well, you're gonna go this way, obviously, with it. You're gonna go straight this way. Let's say you move it through here. Maybe I'll have you hit buttons or whatever to move it each direction here. You go through this room, you get to this room, and the 2 rooms there, 3 rooms. I guess the hallway's 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and then Queen's thing, so 9. So presumably there'd be a brief period of time where you've moved the train around and then the sheriff comes after you. Notes on my thing here. Nose is running something fierce. Okay. Write these down. We'll call this like a room order. It is a little early to do a room order, but I need to get this in my head exactly the order I want you to do all these things, because you're essentially going to have to fight 3 bosses here. I'm assuming the Queen, Tilly, and the Sheriff, the ones you have to fight. There might be hidden extra bosses. We'll see on those. Because they take a long time to program, and I want to get everything done that's part of the main story, and then I can add in extras if there's time. If there's time. So, you would begin up here. Not the fun of level design is sitting there doing a lot of planning. What are we even gonna call this? I don't even know. Like, I had a name for it. I call it like Toy City Entrance, but the funny part is you're coming up from Toy City, so it would actually be like the exit. I'm just gonna write it as Toy City Entrance anyway, even though I don't like the name of the room. We're just gonna call it like a hallway or something like that. I know these names aren't great, but I really have no idea what to call this particular room yet, so. So we'll call this the Toy City Hallway. Toy City Hallway. That's like on. Guess I could have done that on the screen too. I'm not sure I want this here, but I kind of do. But I'm also going to blank the room. You do need something from the toy maker's office, but it's near the end of the chapter that it happens. You get there. Why is it? I don't know if that's a true statement I made. It's a statement I made, though. All right, so then Toy City. Toy City. Toy City Slums. That's way too early for a boss. Let's put Tilly in the Gearworks. Okay, Oh, that's right. This chapter doesn't play out the same way at all. Forgot about that. It doesn't play out at all like this. So, do I make you go to an order like that? I guess we'll say the gear works, even though there's got to be rooms in between. Let's say you get the. We'll say fight Tilly. Sure. Train station. That seems like a good place for the charcoal on there. Can't spell. I'm not sure I want that there, but well, for now that's fine. Move the train to Toy City. What is the order that... Do I demand a specific order for these events? You have to collect a bunch of items in this chapter. Very specific items. We'll focus on the train first. We'll have at the very end here the Red Throne. Right, the right queen. Basement entrance, I guess. I'm just gonna start calling these like train room 1, train room 2. I don't have names for them yet, and I just need a way to keep track of it, honestly. Toy City Slums. So actually, Toy City. Again, this time you gotta move the train to Toy City Slums. Am I going to make you go all the way there? Or am I going to put this somewhere else? Go somewhere else, probably. I don't know on that. And that's the objective there. Oh, that sends you back to the first chapter for 2 rooms. Glad I'm doing some planning for this, because I'm moving a lot of things around. These were split up into 2 chapters. This is not gonna be the Red Keep. This will be the Red Keep over here, I guess. So. I'll build the castle model here. It'll happen. Don't worry about it. I don't think I even want these up here. I was going to have them, but I don't think I do anymore. So I could have them as a way to look down at things, I guess. I don't think I want that. I think that's just trash. In reality, it's probably going to be the window setup I have going on there and like a way through it or something, maybe? I don't know. That being the case, because the way this level is built, I also need this side. So it doesn't reveal the area underneath. It also lets you kind of walk around it too, so... Conceptual stuff is always the weirdest. Like, it's just... It'll work out, but it'll be weird. Okay, realistically, I'm probably going to want them to be able to walk around the top part. I think that's just a true statement I've made. I just don't see any world that I don't want that to happen. If that's the case, the castle thing should probably be in the center of the room and then built up, right? That's almost certainly the case. The floor is really irritating me. Very much in the way. So it'd actually probably be closer like this, maybe. I don't even know. It might need to be wider than that for what I want to do. I mean, realistically, I'd almost put this on the top anyway. Like up here instead. Oh, I forgot the bottom thing there. Let me grab that too real quick. It's gonna be hard to grab the subtractive one, so I'm just gonna backpedal for a second and grab it. The much slower camera. So if I build it up more like this setup, and I could have like a lower tier of it. This might even need to be a smaller room to pull this off though, but hypothetically, like if there was like a lower section. Whatever the case, there needs to be a back wall. Gotta remember it's toys fighting, so you know things are supposed to be more toy-like and not this epic, you know, thing. Oh, apparently I'm getting fun people over on Kick saying, "You're looking to do this?" I don't know. They don't use words anymore. I just Error deleting the message. Wait, what? Ick, why do I have to log into... I'm literally streaming on you right now. How come I have to log into... 1 second. Stupid Kick. So like, here's a spam bar. You want to delete that? Yeah? Oh, you gotta log in. I'm already streaming. As you can see, I managed to log in. Fix the camera now. Silly kick. I don't know why it can't remember that I'm doing this sort of stuff. Twitch never does that problem. But here we are. Probably end up being only an 8-hour stream tonight. I have to get the permanent crown put on that tooth later today, so I'll have to get up earlier. I most certainly want to eat before that because it's going to be hours before I'll be able to eat after that, so I gotta no 10-hour stream tonight, that's for certain. I mean, I would if I could. I could put it all the way at the back, I guess. It would need to just be... How would you even get up? That's the question. Like, assuming you get into a castle at the bottom, you need to get up, right? And it'd probably just be a couple-story castle. Nothing super epic, of course. It's just this, just some chess piece fighting, but... And a big old concept area. Perfect. Sure. Well, actually, this is really tall. I'm starting to see how tall this is and thinking to myself, maybe I need to shrink some things down because this looks like it'd almost be like a triple-decker fort. Instead of having this thing at the center, I should probably have this at the bottom. If that's true, I should just move this one down. Get with like a 1 speed to grab this anyway. And that's kind of challenging. I'm gonna stop thinking. Well, let's Ghetto Castle for now. Gonna be like a fort. You know, in that dilapidated place, there was actually a bucket fort. It was made out of buckets. It had no purpose than a place to fight Patrick at the time. So it's fitting that there's now another fort of sorts. So it's supposed to be a castle, but we'll get to that. The concept doesn't have to be that great. Might as well cheat and get the exact same height, right? So the plan is to have like a multi-level fort you have to go through and fight the queen at the top or something like that. I'll build a cool little fort for her. Probably. It might just not have a lot of space around the outsides either. Purely because there's only so much space, but we'll see on that. I don't need this wall anymore. That is so not in the center. That makes it easier to click that. Or just this. Our concept area is fun. I mean, just look at how trash this looks. Perfect. That's exactly what I'm looking for. It looks like trash. Not even using the top floor either. That's notable too. Like, I don't even have the top of it on here. But this floor is huge. Like, I didn't think about how big this was, but this should be like chopped right about here instead. Not. Hey Thomas, I'm going pretty good. I got myself a train thingy going around the outside of the what happened here? Did this whole thing get... Wait, what happened? All the doors are moved to the side for some reason. How does that even happen? Oh, they were all in the red throne thing? Oh my god, they were all in there and I moved them at the same time. I moved everything in a little... Anyway. I have... Go faster, camera. A bunch of doors need to be put back in place now. I had what I thought was a very good area set up until I moved everything, all the doors. I'm building a train all the way around the outside of this place. And you're gonna take the train, you're gonna try to ram the Red Queen's castle with it in order to get inside. So you're gonna have to open the way for the train to get through. I'm just cleaning up the things that got moved. Every single door on the level got moved somehow. I don't know how that works, but sure. That's just off to the side too. Apparently that got moved too. Wow. Holy crap, what happened? Anyway. Train goes over here, all the way through. Well, there's a train all the way around. I'm building the Red Queen's thing here. This is my concept for it, where you're gonna fight her on the top portion of it here. And yeah. I moved so much crap by accident. Basically getting the layout of this area. I've designed a bunch of this stuff, finalized a bunch of room. Well, finalized is a strong word. I started making the stuff, not brushes. So overall progress is going pretty good on this. I think the concept of this area should be laid out probably in the next couple days, honestly. I reworked the painting world a bit too, so this way it's I'm taking out the toy saving mechanic. I just think it. I just don't have enough toys I want you to save, to be honest. So I've shrunk it down to simply being the one room with all the paintings and Tinka. I also started putting some Steam in too, just so you have a little more fun to look at, you know. Now it just has the save here and Tinka over there and just paintings. I'll probably add a few more paintings in too, but in the central areas here. That means this area will be almost completely done. Pretty much anytime I bother to finish off where the paintings go. And give Tinka some dialogue. That'd be cool. I reworked the storage area in the first room. Or the first chapter. To have the Anizons in it. I'm going to put an Anizons in every single one of the storage rooms. And there's going to be one on every floor. Tonight I have it worked out with the Anizons is currently in here. And it's used in the platforming to get up to places. So that's kind of funny. It was briefly here before anyway. So, that'll be exciting. It's kind of what I've been doing. Now you use those as ways to get around things. She's in here. Makes this room more exciting. Now you can find the secret shop. Or purely optional shop, I guess. I think my delay ticker thingy works. I just didn't bother to remove the things for it from like hours ago. Yep, and the way over here is this way. You gotta go pretty fast though, all things considered. You run out of sanity pretty quick on this one. Oh no, almost out of sanity. Yep, those are a thing now. That's kind of cool. I guess these have invalid. Oh, I see. They have invalid H load there. My bad. This one has it, and this one has it. Let me go through and add a few more Halloween-y type of things to this area. Make it a little less, or let's make it a little more themed or something. Because it has a lot of themed stuff in here. It just doesn't, some of these rooms aren't very themed. The Hall of Records being probably the worst offender, but even the library is not that amazing. Still, I could probably make it a little more Halloween-y or something like that. Yep, progress goes well. Yes, yes indeed. I still gotta work on those too. But now I want to figure out the entire layout of the third chapter, so I know what I'm building towards. Kind of irons out the story a lot better too, since I merged a couple chapters together. Didn't take away any distance in the game, like any space. The game's still the same size. I just shoved the events together in the same chapter. I'm gonna get myself some alcohol in the next ad break on Twitch. Yeah, that's been what's going on. Did boss stuff yesterday. Or I might do boss stuff. I might be really sick of doing level designs. I might switch over to boss stuff. At some point I could do sound design too. Sound design. Oh god. I don't want to do sound design. I don't want to sit there and listen through every sound and go, does this sound good? Does this sound good? That part sucks. So I guess was opensound.org or whatever it was exists, so I can just use that. Why are all these in the red throne? Like, they shouldn't be. Get them all there so I don't accidentally move them all again. I moved everything into the sun. The progress is going good until I moved every door by accident. I'll be right back. continue with this progress of putting all my doors back. I'm moving some walls and things too. You can go back and look and see what caused all that. Probably something real stupid. It's every door. Weird. And a wall. Oh. Let's just get this number here. Also, while I'm at it, let's browse this and fix this edge so that it's not that horrible world grid material that nobody likes. Perfect. I am at a loss for what even happened. Unless something got moved up. Maybe that's what happened. Just get moved up. No. Where did it go? Ugh. There. I'm the enemy of my own progress. Where did you even come from? All these sound like they shifted a slight amount. I need to be here. These seem like they're actually up in the air. Let's see what we can track. Fix that. Apparently I just like my buildings floating. Bet. Whatever. Cough, hack, wheeze. It's all that nasty water. I should know better than to drink water. So it's unsafe. Not specifically our water, just any water in general, right? Drains my game dev power. It is known. That reminds me of that awful show. Ugh. Game of Thrones, yeah, it reminds me of that awful Game of Thrones show. Yeah, I don't know where those orphaned walls went. That's weird. We're just missing one giant wall from here, and I don't know where it went. Where could it have gone is the question. Where are you supposed to be, buddy? Oh, right here, I guess. Well, that's a disaster. I guess I just yanked the wall down and then redo some stuff because I don't know where the wall went. It really does seem like there'd be a wall here that was it, but it's not that wall. Or maybe it is that wall, because it adopted the other things there. I mean, I can always just duplicate this wall and move it up, I guess. That wall was much taller than this wall. Sure. This wall is 14 high. Let's stoop this wall here. Up to here. Sure. Now with this new wall here, I can make it 14. And because this wall is older, it'll adopt all the door ones here, whereas if I made a new wall, it would not adopt all the negatives here. It would override them. So that's why we're doing it this way. I just had to think about how I was going to fix this stupidity on my part. The 5 style stupid. The greatest of all. Martial arts, I guess. Sure. Because being stupid one way is not good enough. You need 5 styles, 5 flavors of just complete idiocy to truly master the art. Largely the mystery is going to be what to do with this area. And the queen stuff is over here. And I'm not going to want to do much changing there. Yeah, they can't just leave it open because then you could just jump inside. So we don't want that. So we'll see how it pans out here, but for now, just as a concept, it'll be in here, and then I'll figure out something cool to do with it later. Maybe I'll make it out of pipes or something like that. Put some gears and things like that. Some chest symbols or something. I don't know. All that doesn't sound terrible. But actually, I kind of like having it slightly concave there. So we're keeping it. Just saying, we're keeping it. I mean, it's just a concept. It doesn't have to be perfect. I don't know why I didn't just delete that. Weird. Guess I liked it and decided to keep it. Or something. Here. And probably like a little central thing on top of it or something. I don't know. Whatever the case, I also need to move these down. probably have you like enter or something like that and have to go up there. I just need to move the towers to the outside entirely. Just put the queen's thingy up here or something. That is too much like yelling at me. I don't like it. She'd want this as her floor is the thing, though. There's no world she wouldn't want it. Oh, she's a check. Oh, she's a chess piece, so you know she obviously wants a giant chessboard. Sometimes you gotta build a castle inside of a building. Don't worry about it. Oh yeah, the fact that this particular floor is also larger than all the other floors in the building says a lot too. It's just physically larger and that it sticks out. Basically to hold signs and stuff too, so it's like a very big fort. These are so small, I don't think they're gonna look very good blown up to huge, but maybe they'll be fine. Uh, Sometimes I have ideas. I just write everything down. You never know if the idea will prove handy or not. It might. It could easily just be totally stupid. I have an idea for this room. Then I could just have everything on top of a giant chessboard. I like that idea better. Not the height on it though. Maybe 80 and 80 is better. I was gonna put something else on the walls here or something, but I don't know what yet. So something steampunky, I guess. Logical course of action. Getting closer to something I want. If you're having just a tile floor, her throne room should have an actual board. Potentially these might actually be downstairs instead. Maybe I should reverse this so you go all the way through this there and then you hit the stairs at the back. That makes way more sense. The board should be the same in all directions, yeah. Queen to her color, right? Her tone should be on the color like that. Nah, I'd rather it be centered. It'll bug me if it's not centered. I know queen to her color is, you know, chess rules, but let us just be real here. A little awkward from a design standpoint. Do I want to ramp or do that? What's going on here? Let's just that. Sure. I guess for now I'll just use some stairs, but it's not very nice. But at the same time, I don't actually know what I'm going to plan for. Just use a brush, I guess, and ramp it up too. Maybe I will, because they are all chess pieces and largely kind of infirmed in the fact that they don't have legs, so that kind of makes it hard for them to climb a set of stairs. I guess they could just hop. I mean, I'm not going to make them hop, but not upstairs. I'm good. Really? I thought this was the world grid material, but I clicked it and it doesn't. Well, actually, I didn't click it. I clicked the other, so I guess it is a world grid. This is why I build these little concept things. I had no idea of anything I was going to do, and this is not what the final thing is going to look like at all. But now, from having no idea what I'm doing, going, well, I kind of have this already. What can I come up with that would make this look better and still serve the function I want? Happens a lot in my building of stuff. Though I do like her having her on a giant chessboard. I find that to be immensely fitting. Enough that I can get a chuckle or two out of it. Yeah, it's looking a little better. Now it feels more like a castle you're entering. Ignore the train tracks sucking. Obviously, I'll just block you onto the board itself. Maybe the lights will be all on the board. Spawns in a funny direction, but still. I can get behind it. We getting there, we getting there. Not like great, but we getting there. Why in the hell is this below the floor still? So he's trying to light up the board, so it'll be on the corners of it. Hmm. I'll spread it out like that so this way it looks like it's huge and taking up the whole area. The huge old chess piece army. I could just make the chess pieces like these. They don't have anything special, and they could just be chess pieces. I might put smiley face on like emoji faces still. I don't know if I'm gonna do that or not, but probably. A lot of this is getting pretty well set up. I'm surprised how much of this is coming together. And how the next fab sale will hopefully benefit this game a lot. Because yeah, I would like a train and some other random things. Yeah. Ooh, there's some bundles too. What do we got? There's a new Unreal bundle out. I don't know if it's any good. No, it's like all new crap, new crap, new crap. Damn, this one's terrible for me. But I can have a pharmacy and drugstore. Yeah. I mean, to be 100% fair, the daycare one might be useful. Probably not. I mean, I could probably put something along those lines, but it's really new looking stuff, and I'm sure I could make my own daycare looking stuff because it's all simple shapes anyway, so it's not like hard to make myself. Unfortunate. That one kind of sucks for me. Then there's an SFX VFX bundle. Medieval, I don't care. Explosions, got those. Cyber guns, nope. Dust, nope. Well, I mean, Dust might be passable. Souls FX, who made this one? I swear I've heard this one before. Or encountered this group before. Anyway. There's more Laerte stuff. Yeah, that's a pretty weak bundle. Alright, well, so there's no new bundles. I was hoping for some neat stuff to just show up. And I'm like, yeah, I need this. And nope. No sign. Oh. No sign indeed. In a way, I regret the train station being where it's at. I almost want this to be like chest thingies going up to it. The train can come a different way, but you're coming into Toy City first. So you'd have to get the train and move it all the way over there. With Toy City being like the last thing there, maybe run it this way. If I did it that way. I got like another hour and 25 minutes at most, so I can successfully get a little bit of sleep before I have to have that crown put on. I mean, they're just taking the temporary off and putting the regular one on. Like I say, I do want to get a little sleep before that, and definitely munch some food before I do that. God, last time it took like 4 or 5 hours for the numbness to wear off. was willing to eat food after that. I was like, Worst part was no water because it's so hot. It's supposed to be 106 degrees Fahrenheit tomorrow. Ugh, gross. They could be wrong though. But I think I'm putting Tilly over here. I think. If there was a storage room, where would it be? Trouble is, this whole area is so big. I almost want to split it in half. And have Tilly over here. And not at the sheriff's station there. It's gonna be one of the two. It's either Tilly or the sheriff in the corner over there, I think. Maybe the sheriff guarding the way to the basement makes the most sense. You don't escape to the basement. Maybe. Unless I put the storage room right before the end, but that seems... Well, I can give you the storage room key long before that. There's nothing to run around on, because this is the ground floor. I can't let you run around the ground floor. That's weird. You gotta be on the building somehow. Unless I want to have like a raised area around the building. Do I want that? Like, do I want to treat this like wooden thing here as like the building itself still? I could expand it out. I could make it part of the building. Is that weird? Like, if I do that, is that a weird thing to do? Where then you'd be walking around at ground level and still have be considered as part of the building? It'd make more sense if there was a little fence around it, but the issue with that is there's not a lot of space on this sidewalk here. It isn't a city, so the fence would be kind of hard to do. Like, the front one would be fine because it's pushed back a bit, so I could have a front fence pretty easy. And I could obviously have a back fence because the building is obviously not as thick as it is wide. I'm pretty certain these are completely square, so yeah, it's just wider than it is thick. I could try that. Like, have a little area that's outside. The only problem I have with that is earlier you would have been able to jump off and land on it, right? And you still wouldn't have left the building. Is that true? That gives even more area to work with. I don't hate it, but I also don't know if I should do it because it seems a bit unnecessary. The only thing it really adds is you can go out the windows. You just can't do that right now. Because if you do that, then you just would die. Then I had to put the kill thingies up above that floor and then put that out there. But then why can't I walk around this floor too? I kind of regret making this floor bigger. I don't actually know why I did. I know I did to hold the sign, but for design purposes, it's actually kind of irritating. Yawn. I guess I only slept like 6 hours last night. I don't know if I want to do that or not. How much do I value going outside the things? It is kind of neat to go out into the city. It's true. It is. Are those built into the building? Like the kill zones are in the building itself? I guess so. Are they? I'm sure I'll do some additional things to make the building cooler and add more things in. Like, I mean, I keep adding in new stuff as I go. I just don't know if I need to do this. This floor is so big as is. I'm half tempted to take part of it and lock it away for the 5th chapter. The 4th chapter. There are 2 bosses. 3 bosses, so. Of course, the final chapter has 5 bosses. Or 2 if you suck. Probably a pretty short chapter if you suck. Actually, it's probably the shortest chapter if you just suck. I should lose. I suck. Well, I don't lose if you get a bad ending, but I still can't wait to see what people think when they trigger the bad ending, the bad touch. Let's go look at the Whimsy Wonders building. I'm so not certain I want to add anything to this, to be 100% honest, but I'm going to look at it just to be certain that it's that those are on the building. Because if so, then I don't need them on every level, and every level, and I can just delete them. Something that is, you know, not a bad idea. They are all around there. Okay. Well, then I don't need them in the others. Hopefully I deleted them, but I don't remember if I did. Looks like there's extras. Well, these are room infos. Aren't there? You know what I forgot to do? Thumbs up my own thing. Because the algorithm likes it for some reason. Wait, what? I guess I did fix them so that they were not at the bottom of their thing, so that really quick. No more boss fighting here. It'll just be Sally you have to fight. I still gotta design things for this area. And here I am designing the other area. Wild how much I have, how much level design I've done recently, and yeah. A lot. Hey, Mad Duck Wizard, you woke up a couple hours ago and now you're ready for another 30 hours of no sleep? It must be nice to be able to recharge like that. I'm all like, I still want to go another hour and 13 minutes, but tired. Gotta be up earlier tomorrow, so. So what are you gonna work on? What you got going on? Tell me things. I see. Fair. They're not gonna get themselves right. They need your help. I'm working on the physics of this bottle and, you know, removing the alcohol from it. I'm playing with chess pieces. That's what I'm doing. Yes. The best physics. One of those problems that gets more complicated the more you drink, right? Because it gets harder and harder to figure out what you were supposed to do. You also care less and less about what you were supposed to do. What's your physics system doing? Or we were working on a game? That's fair. Can't say I'm a smoker myself, but whatever gets the job done. Ah, interactable environment. Break glass. Light stuff on fire. Wood, etc. I like interactable things. Very exciting. I just have like a breakable child that I just make sorry, a breakable parent that I make children for, not just as the destroyable thing. Using Unreal's fracture system to make all the stuffs and all the things break. It is lots of fun. How wide is this? It's like wide enough for a person. I might need to move my castle, but you could probably walk first amongst this. Not over here though. Well, you could, but it wouldn't be very comfortable. Huh? Oh, fair enough. I'm always down with being background noise. Probably gonna go another hour or so. I gotta go get up and go get a crown put on. Wow, I have to have the temporary taken off and the real one put on, so that'll be fun. Only because it's gonna be 106 degrees Fahrenheit out there. Apparently. Gross. I don't want to go out in that. I hate going outside in that. It's over 100, I hate it. Thanks, I hate it. And I'll be out during the hottest portion of the day. Damn. Oh well, at least not over 110. Yet. We haven't had 110 day yet, or 115. Oh god, I hate those. I don't even go outside if it's 115 degrees. I'm not going. I don't. It's not happening. We can all pretend, but it ain't happening. Some things should never be, and that be one of them. Yeah. Oh, that's the other thing I have to account for. Where will you encounter Charlotte? Thomas asks, anything wish you could do but can't at the moment for whatever reason? Like, we just talking game dev or we just talking real life? Like, because there's so many things I would love to go do at the moment, or so many things that it would be awesome if I had time, or money in some cases, but often just time. Ah, okay, game dev, okay. The qualifying. All those orphans in that orphanage are now safe. Nothing. Yeah. Well, I mean, I had to cut a bunch of levels out of the game because, quite simply, I don't have time for it. Honestly, if I could make the game as I really wanted to, it'd probably have a lot more cutscenes like It Takes Two does, that sort of setup. But the reality of the matter is cutscenes are going to get cut more than anything else because the time it takes to make them is very high. So I'm probably going to make some sort of intro thing and like some sort of, you know, best ending thing and maybe a bad ending option. And that'll probably be about the extent of the animated cutscenes of anything in the game. If they're even animated, maybe they have to be comic books. We'll see. I have no skill with animating stuff in Unreal Engine like that yet. So that's something I'm a little concerned about. Originally, the game was supposed to be like more like Victorian era, like Victorian steampunk, but because of the lack of the assets to match that, I had to push it forward to like the 1920s, effectively. So that kind of sucks. I mean, I could probably ditch a couple of the assets and probably pull it back, and it'd probably be acceptable. I haven't really found a way to make the Poppet change outfits particularly. I kind of wanted that as an option, but let me tell you about how that's expensive, one, to get outfits, and two, just heavy. There's lots of things, actually. Just say. The original version of the game was about 20 times bigger. Well, that's wrong. It would have been effectively 20 levels of this. If you stacked the other game, it would have been 20 levels of this building. The initial version. I didn't realize how big I made it, to be fair. I was being delusional. There was no reason to do that. But then at one point it was 9 floors in this. Now it is 6 for the hidden area. Where it was 9 floors of the hidden area before. So I actually removed 33% of the game. Simply about realism, what I can accomplish and what I can't accomplish, and how long I truly have to pull it off is not very high. Not very long. Like, I mean, I have until basically the start of next summer, right? To get it so I can test it. So, you know, I have like 11 months to have all the content done in this. And then 4 months after that. So 15 total months for where I need to polish the game up. And then release it. So like a 4-month window to polish it and let people test it. It's kind of the plan. Hopefully. If I want to hit that window. I don't know if that'll happen, but that's kind of been the thing I've learned along the way here is to not add things, just cut things. Never add things. Like you're whatever idea you came up with, it's probably too big as is. So you might as well just cut things and make certain it works. That's what I'm doing, just cutting away. And it would have been nice to have some of that stuff. There's also what's real and what's not, and that was not real. Yep, there's your answer. A lot. That's what I would love to have put in here. A lot. Some mechanics I don't put in because I'm not sure how I would even do them. But actually, a lot of times it's story things I'm more likely to cut because of simply how long it takes to make stuff. I want to get the layout of this somewhat figured out. There's some rooms I just don't even know. Like, this seems like it's too big. This whole section seems too much. And the train's going through here. I was going to cut out some stuff, but I don't even know. Am I? Skill gap? I'm sure I do. I'd say my biggest skill gap is with animations and cutscenes and things. If I had to pick anything where I just probably suck, that's probably it right there. There's probably nowhere where I'm good at those yet. Some things I can figure out. Which helps a lot. Also, a lot of things only end up in the game if I test them. So, you know, if I can't figure out how to make it, then I can't test it, so... I don't even know if I want to add it to a game. There'll probably be a hole right here for the next, the final area. It'll fall into the basement. It seems like it has a giant wall. Does it? Is this what happened to that wall? Oh, it got moved down. Oh. Well, I found the missing wall, everyone. How happy are you that I found the missing wall? I didn't remove that crap from the ticker thingy all this time later. It's been staring at me forever. Come on. I want to paste stuff. Really? Could have started it in that room. I just kept this for purposes later. I only have 2 fights that have to really happen before the potential bad ending, so that'll be actually pretty easy to set up for this, I assume. I don't want to do it yet, but this is like old crappy versions of everything. Oh, this is like a really old version. Oh yeah, so just in case you want to see what some of the early concept stuff looked like for this area here before I did all the changes. So we did have the stairs up here. This didn't change. I'll go ahead and turn the lights on. But down here, I do have this still. That's fine. You get out here and this is still the same. This thing here. But then you get over here and I don't even have a thing figured out for this yet. You can see that's not even a thing. No train, no area like this. This room doesn't exist. Nothing there. You have the washroom. This is just the door. This whole section over is nothing. Nothing. We got a little sheriff station, kinda, so that's something. Nothing. Yeah, see, I basically have nothing. So all this stuff was made recently, and kind of a few things, honestly. Basically all that crap can go away. Guess I get to reveal where this one's at. Kinda. Let's call this lovers. Do I have anything for lovers yet? No. What? Okay, wherever that navigation is, it needs to go bye-bye. Because, you know, it's annoying. I don't know where half the scrap is going to be, but put this over in the corner. This room does not need to be big at all. Let's grab some walls. Grab a wall with a door. I deleted all the doors. Let's not grab a wall with the door. What do you think of that? It's okay. These titanically large floors. Yeesh. I'm just putting some things here that I want here. They'll make sense eventually, you know, when you get there. I'll put it in this corner. Yes, I'm doing some concept stuff for the fourth chapter. If you thought the stuff for the third chapter was pretty nondescript, this will be even less than that, I imagine. But I would really like to lay out this game as much as possible. So I know what it is I need to work towards. What I need to get to make it happen. I really don't know why I've kept these things. I really don't think they're particularly cool. They're just kind of there. I can easily make more. I just crashed the game. Perfect. That was my goal. Well, while it's loading up, I'll go take out my help load back up real fast, and then I will be right back. I decided I'd take a slight break there for a second. Unreal Engine took a slight break there for a second. We're square, right? That's how it works. I need to grab a door. I also want to grab these walls. Got it right around this. Just for reference that they're here. I presume this is actually the portal to the next area. Right here. Not. You wouldn't actually go down the stairs. These don't even actually need to be here. But for reference, they are there. I'm actually really glad I shortened this game. I'm really realizing that, you know, after the mistake I made with the initial Game Jam game where I tried to make it way too big for too little time, and what would have been a great game got completely messed up by the fact that I never had time to really focus on improving the content's, like just fixing the bug, honestly, is what the problem was. So here I realize that I can probably get this content done much faster than I think, because I'm getting it done a lot quicker than I had expected at this point. And that'll give me a lot more time to polish it up, which I think is going to make a big difference. Just being able to have time to polish it, make it really, really good. I'm not going to release it if it's half-baked. Okay, like, make no mistake about it. If it's half-baked, I'm not releasing it. But like, I'll wait until it's not half-baked, of course. I don't want a half-baked game by any stretch. I don't know if I would put a washroom on every floor, probably not. But yeah, I was just thinking about how far I'm gonna have to go to get to this point, and I'll get to the end there, and I'll have most of the rooms kind of figured out. I won't say like I'll come back to it and I'll change things a lot, but I'll have like, I'll say I'll have like 80% of all the rooms in the game figured out probably within the next month. Pretty crazy when, like, you know, a couple months ago I had like 20%. But I've gotten a lot more efficient at what I'm doing too. That makes such a huge difference. Crap. I'll probably just steal some of these room infos and drag them down. Yeah, with all the concepts in place, we'll have a lot going on, I'd imagine. Well, light concept. They're not going to be the most concept heavy, but I'm going to leave some of this crap here. I don't need some of it, but other stuff should probably stay for the moment. Yeah. I might just keep that and drag it with me down there. I should have kept the wall it was on, shouldn't I? Just so I could find the thing that was on it. Yeah, I want to be able to find the thing on that. Anyway. I'll click on this while I pay so it doesn't break. Wait, what happened? Undo paste here. I somehow failed to grab the thingies? Okay. I don't know what the door to the basement's gonna fix. All the different areas have different doors. Hey Jed, how's it going? What have you been up to? Thanks for the rain, all that too. But tell me things. I like stuff. Tell me your secrets of what you have streamed. Also ahoy. And hey, Amethyst Games. How's it going? Getting destroyed by slimes and yelling at cloth. Yeah, listen. Cloth has a mind of its own, okay? Like, anyone who says different has never had an argument with Cloth before. It's really that simple. Once you've had an argument with Cloth, you understand it. Listen. It has a mind of its own. Just how it is. You just accept it. I'll speed the alcohol. Hey, Boom. Duplicate this. No, that's a door. I was going through and adding all the floor, like, well, concept floor layouts for Chapter 3 and Chapter 4. Which aren't that great yet for Chapter 3, but I decided I'd put a train around the track, so we've got a train going around this area. The train is not in there yet. And I have a Red Queen's Castle. In fact, you know what? This is like the most concept of concept that ever concepted. Yeah. I was building her a castle, and you're going to actually ram the train into the castle to get inside, but I just started putting all this in today. None of that is a thing yet. In fact, this is not even lined up. I was gonna have the boss of this particular floor up here. He doesn't have any attacks yet. Don't get too excited. I'm gonna go hide by a light for a second real fast though. I need a better particle for this, but this new effect actually reverses the curse. So in the darkness, I gain sanity and no curse power. And in the light, I lose it. I lose sanity in light, though. I'll shoot fire. But yeah, this is going to be my boss for the next area. My Red Queen. I haven't done any of her physics as far as her clothing or hair or anything of the sort. But she looks friendly. I'm sure she's going to jump on top of you, too, because look at that base. Seriously. She's quite thick. Yeah, I did Poppet's Cloth. Her, as you can see, stiff as a board. Stiff as a board. But yeah, he's my concept for the next one. Which, But yeah, I've been running a train all the way through this thing here. Making concept cities and things. I did kind of find some train stuff to work with. I don't like it though. It was just sad. It's like, because the front part looks fine. Yeah, that's okay. Even though it's a Korean train, we'll ignore that. I haven't found some good cars to run around in, because I want to be able to go inside them and fight, but this is too modern. Also, I don't know what I'm hitting, but I'm hitting something. Wait, what am I hitting? You were able to run through this all day earlier today. What are you hitting? Okay, now I have questions. Fair enough. I didn't want to run through it anyway. Now it works. Maybe it's the tracks below it. I don't know. Whatever the case, I want some ones I can run around in and fight in, and they're just... I took the wheels off it. I broke them. I'm a terrible person. Meanwhile, chapter 2 is coming along nicely. Yes. But I'm hoping to have about, I don't know, 80 to 90% of all the rooms, like the concept layout of the game figured out within the next couple weeks. Like, I'm just blowing ahead through it. Like, they won't be the final versions. Obviously, I'll be doing some changes when I get to them. But, you know, it would be kind of nice to have it sort of figured out. Kinda. Actually, I've been working on this stuff here. I have a better encounter system now that just randomly spawns things based on encounter tables near you. It's much more exciting than the other encounter system. It's also like 20 FPS less. Which I hear is good. Could be a lie. Might not be, but probably is. I also decided I'd have a shop. I took out the toy saving mechanic, and now the shops are just in all the little storage thingies. I have my Annies-ons. My very own Amazon ripoff. They're important. They're everywhere. 1 per floor, so you can buy things from them. What? I don't know what you're buying yet. I mean, there's a couple things, some upgrades, but... I thought about it and realized I couldn't think of enough enemies you would actually want to save in this game. Or, like, toys I should say you'd want to save. Fun new abilities. So what you don't realize is apparently, if you ever watched Into the Spider-Verse, seeing that scene with all the Spider-Men, see, Poppet was actually in that scene, you just don't know it yet. She also has a spider ability now. Didn't really fly yet with it per se, but she kind of walks. But what it is, it's a rope around her neck that pulls her places for the hanged man. She's like, woo! It's a lot of fun, actually. In a morbid sort of way. Whee! It kind of bounces you still. It's just the newest ability, so. Though it is my favorite, it is, rough around the edges. To say the least. Still. It's more fun than flying. Flying is boring. I'm going to say it. Yeah. Flying, not fun. I guess I could run through this whole chapter. I don't even have bosses set up for this area yet, though. I made some new enemies and stuff for it, though they aren't spawning as much as they are. They are spawning, right? Oh, they're there. What are you doing? Good job, buddy. Oh, the site's now in the game for death. Whee! This area is like the least optimized thing in the world. A little bit ineffective against flying enemies. One of her sweeps with it is a little low. Fine against enemies that aren't. Enemies actually used to like appear here and then stop working. Thus it became the Isle of the Forgotten. And I put a soulhead here to watch you. Maybe he wants to know if you'll be forgotten too. This weapon drains health from the enemies and gives it to you. It is not even remotely balanced. It doesn't do a lot of damage, but because it heals you, it's kind of a pretty fair trade, I would assume. All Tarot and Mega Man capsules now. I didn't push the button for it, but there's a button over there for it. I think the enemy spawner is not spawning as much as I want. I actually put an additional delay on it, and I haven't balanced it yet. That's awkward. I could have just hit that. I don't want to, like, a light cube up here or something. Sometimes you get down and you have, like, no sanity left. The enemies start spawning a lot, but they're not really spawning that much right now. I might need to increase the spawn rate, honestly. Whatever. I don't want that one. I'm so bad at my game. Okay. I can be bad at my own game. We'll call that dev mode, where you just literally cheat your way back up to something to try again. Let's see that again. But this time, we'll just pretend it. It's like the... Why don't you do like a Prince of Persia Sands of Time type of ability? Like, that's not how it happens. Rewinds time. Like, unfortunately, there's no time tarot, so I can't really justify a time ability. At least not one I could think of. Not when the rewind time. Yeah, the spawn rate's too low. I don't like it. I want to fight more things. This area is a little bit laggy. I probably need to do any optimization at all on it. Just anything whatsoever. Maybe get rid of those geometry brushes. Oh, thanks. Yeah. Yeah, though the enemies aren't really spawning and the bosses don't currently do anything in this particular area, I have a lot of the puzzles already set up. Like a lot of the things like that. So a lot of the gameplay is already ready to go for this area. It's just... I need to decorate things. Essentially. With much of this area centering around basically two different pools, like, or I guess aquariums really, that you have to empty in order to progress. One of which you actually empty to get over there to fight what's going to be a little like fleshy shark boss. And then you get a key that gets you in the rest of the area, and then from there you have to get the Emperor Tarot to, because it lets you go into the water or swim in the water. And then you have to use it to swim your way back up. You have to like raise the water back up in that area and then swim your way through to get to the next area. But I think that's probably about... I would say it probably takes about an hour to currently go through what I have in the second chapter. It's just because there's not a lot of stuff in certain rooms. Like this room is pretty empty. But that's there. Oh. There's nothing here that triggers it, but I'm going to take a hit in the face because I deserved it. Roll some dice. Haha. The best heal in the game is the best heal in the game so far. I put an ability in that there's nothing to find in these rooms because I haven't added it yet, but the High Priestess reveals secrets. It's also a floating eyeball that watches for things. It'll start beeping when it gets near a lot of things. And if you activate it, she'll wear the eyeball head, which I just think is funny. Makes me happy. I don't have to see it, do I? I do. Oh, cool. Zova Justice is just a crappy pistol. It's actually hard to hit those things with a pistol. It is weirdly fun to shoot things, though. I'll give it some credit where credit is due. Sheriff Poppet is in town. It's more like Detective Poppet. Who am I kidding? I have buttons that lower the water. Obviously, I was running a test on those, if you couldn't tell. that I kind of forgot about. No screen messages here, buddy. I saw nothing. Did you see anything? I saw nothing. No proof of anything. And a waterfall shut off. That the waterfall's in a different room. This was in this room. You could see the waterfall shut off, but I kind of moved it and didn't think about that. So yeah. Reduced the price on the dash and made it less distance, so this way you actually would use it. It was too costly before. I don't know if you've seen this one or not. The hermit now has a shield that you take damage on your curse instead of your health. And it still leaves the things behind that you can then destroy to deal damage to things. So we've got a bit of an improvement. It also costs something now. Before it was just free, so it was kind of overpowered. Now it's less overpowered. It's actually kind of not that great, honestly. It's going to be the weirdest one to balance, I think. The best way to put it. How do you balance running away? I made a bunch of enemies for this area. I think I have like 6 enemies for this area. I need 20 something, like 25 or something, so. That's why I got, woohoo! Any new ones haven't shown off specifically? I don't think so. Or there might be a secondary ability for something I haven't shown off. Weird floaty skull things. So far, the best thing is that the random encounter system now just spawns things that are nearby you and gets rid of them if they're too far away. But I need to go through and balance all the rooms and make certain that it spawns kind of like enough of them. Make it a problem, but not like so bad that it's just might as well be Dynasty Warriors or something with how many they... Like, I've had that happen where they're just like, oh look, it's endless. How would you like to fight 50 enemies? Like, not all at the same time, but every time you kill one, it would just replace them. So it's like, But now they attack pretty much everywhere. Whee. I have all the taros, so I'm just skipping grabbing all the taros. Air dash, I shouldn't even have it. I'm totally cheating. Woo. There's no key in this room, right? I don't even remember where I put the keys in this anymore. I made all of them so fast, like within a couple weeks I made them a lot. Well, I think about a month actually made most everything in this entire place. Yeah, it lowers the water in this area so you can get to that area. Cheating with the air dash. I might need to nerf that because I intend for you to go about that distance dashing, but if you're in the air... Oh shit, if you dash and then jump, it actually goes really far. If you're dashing while in the air, I don't care. I mean, like, if you've unlocked that, you deserve it. But at this point, you have double jump, so I'm allowed to use it. That's the rule. At this point, water would still be lethal to Poppet, so it is a pretty dangerous area. As I just flub it horribly. Ah, I'm so bad at my game. I died in ankle deep water. You would respawn, but you'd respawn like right up there anyway. So this room is pretty much a give me. You would actually just be able to jump straight down and land on this if you're skilled enough to make the jump. Which is probably what I should do technically if I want to do the fast way. And he would fight the first of the bosses in here. I put him in here, but he doesn't have anything. He's just here. He's just adorable, so I put him in here anyway. I made a flying AI for him. Actually, the flying AI was for everything else, but he needs to be moved down so he's in the water. You know, whatever. That's the crow's nest key. I'll go visit him. Yep. Is it Jeff? He doesn't really have a nav mesh down. Oh, no, he does have a nav mesh. I don't know why he's not moving. He just doesn't want to. He's like, you don't give me... Actually, I didn't give him anything to do. Of course he doesn't move. Duh. If you don't ever program an AI for him, it solves all problems, right? The AI can't have bugs. But yeah, the battle arena will largely be around the outsides of the water here. And he'll largely launch things at you and try to jump at you too, would be my guess. I just flubbed that. I'm so bad. Don't worry, none of these are actually hard jumps. I just make them look hard. It's a skill. Yeah, you'll fight him. He'll give you that key that I picked up. It's not supposed to be on the ground, but I put it there intentionally, so I could make a complete run through the thing, which I've never actually successfully ran through this whole thing, so I'm gonna try to do that right now. Get through the whole thing. I got close once, but I had to do a couple things in order to fix some bugs. I had to do some things to get around stuff. There's flying turtle there, don't worry about him. Certain stuff just didn't work. Yeah, it was bad. No, not so much. I put the thing away. Like I say, if you die here, it doesn't even matter that much because you would just appear at the top. But I'm using the testing game mode, and in the testing game mode, the respawn does not respawn you to where it's supposed to. It respawns you to a random location. Let me tell you about how that can easily render the game impossible. So it's basically one life to live. That's it. Well, I mean, I fell in the water a bunch, so I would have lost a while ago. It's all the paintings you can unlock, too. This room hasn't really been worked on. I was thinking of having some sort of thing where you could see below it because it's like a crow's nest, but I'm naming it after like portions of a ship. Like I say, I put a shop everywhere now. So if you have money you can buy from the shop. My greedy little shop merchant. Whose hat is not moving. Why is your hat not moving? I have questions. Why have you spawned a million things? I have questions about that too. This is where you get, I think I changed it. Which one? Oh wait, you gotta go up here to get the thing. Hit the button. Fighting's for other people. Or shall I use this for fun? Oh wait, that's cheating. I don't have that yet. I wouldn't have the ability, so I shouldn't probably. I guess that's got some great collision right there. I remember that. Nice. Floating in the air, perfect. 10 out of 10, just like those leaves sticking through the thing. Apparently jumping through this is harder than I thought. That's okay, I have double jump. Flawless. Absolutely flawless. Yeah, this is where you would get, what do I give here now? I don't even remember. It was the High Priestess, but then I decided to change it because I thought that it was ridiculous that you didn't have any new abilities. I don't remember. I don't even remember what I give out. It's something. It's not the moon. It's not the devil. The High Priestess got given out later because it was not good enough to merit giving it out right now. Like, it was like... It's for finding secrets, also that doesn't really connect very well. You can go in the city now. I changed the way the outside skirts of the building is. Now you can run around it. Whee! And you have to run around it here? Long ways. It's a good thing I know where to go. If I know where to go, this would be a problem. Oh. Secret save point! Yay! That would... I wish I could remember what I gave out there. I guess I haven't ran it a single time since I got all this stuff. A secret room with a secret save point. I double jump too quickly. I need to put a limiter on that so you can't just double jump immediately like that, or it's a problem. Why am I hitting double jump there? I thought I only hit it once, but I guess not. Wait, does that not give my sanity back? Oh, okay. Well, like I say, first run through the full thing if I can do it. Don't worry, it's a lot easier than I make it look. A lot easier. Just temperance it down. I do have that here. An unnecessary key. It's actually just, if you happen to die off, it saves you a little time. I'm gonna cut on that wall, aren't you, buddy? There's actually going to be a boss out here in this layer here. I don't think I even put him in yet. A little hidden boss out here that you would fight in this bizarre arena. Oh, I guess I triggered it. Do I have a boss in here? I don't think I gave any abilities. Alright. Oh, yeah. I was going to turn him... I gave him a little beard and a hat. I don't think I gave him any abilities. Uh-oh. Can you even be killed? Is that even a thing? Let's find out. I'm gonna cheat. Oh, yeah. I didn't give any health. Good enough. Okay, so he doesn't have any abilities yet. Or health. It's probably because he's actually was going to be like a little mini boss, and then I decided to turn him into like a more of an interesting boss, and I just haven't done it yet. I actually forgot I put him there. Spin the other way. I have no idea where to go with this ability. It's very overpowered. I should just use whatever abilities I want. I'm not really testing for combat or anything here. I'm just testing for... Does it work? Wait, is that even a thing anymore? I changed the name. Uh-oh. That's okay, I can go around and save myself that one. Yeah, this lowers the water over there. Oh, actually, I do want to get back up this way. You don't have to. There's actually go back around too, since I got the key to get out of this room, so I don't actually have to go back up this way. I gotta stop tapping the jump twice there, like that. It makes it a lot harder than it should be. I really got to put a limiter on that. I keep forgetting. Like, a limiter on just how fast you can push the button. To avoid the double jump problem. Okay, listen. I picked up this key. Fine. Also, I can go heal up, I guess. Justice does so much, just force on it. It's so much fun. Not good coming up here, though. One of the concept rooms. This one's actually, like, got all the stuff ready to go to play it, though. Even if it is not pretty. Can I grab this? Am I terrible at grabbing a key? The rules of this one are pretty simple. Charlotte's wandering around, and as long as you look at her, she won't move. That's it. If she catches you, the game is over. Don't get caught. You do have a limited distance on how far you can look from, so you can't look from across the whole room, I guess. She floats through things now. No longer is she constrained by going through by like, you know, walls and stuff. She'll just float right after you. You're trying to get the moon tarot down there. And the top part's pretty easy. Like, she ain't gonna catch you up here. It's fine. I should stop falling in the water. Okay, well listen, I make this game look harder than it is. I just clicked the button a second time. No, why did I do that? Just blocking the correct way. Like I say, water's normally lethal, so I would already have had to go back to the save point, which was actually just outside the room, so would have been that bad. Can I have a staring contest with her while I stand by the light? I'm caught on something. If you drop it in the water, then it respawns back where it originally was. Let's get my curse back. Honestly, I don't need the curse back. I need the sandy back. Put it in just the right location. I'll get my curse back going out here anyway. It's instant kill if she catches you, so I'm watching. Her head just rotates to wherever you're at. It's a little weird, but at the same time, she's a ghost, so I thought it was kind of funny that that's what it did. Then you get the Moon Terrier. It's actually really hard to get up here. I usually do it from a higher vantage point. Biggest danger is she can trap you, and then you're just SOL. Like, say, if you fall in the water, I would have like gone all the way back. So I actually would have lost a bunch of times at this point. I mean, it's just a respawn, but it is annoying. Back to the light. Actually, there's a save point out here. What am I doing? Actually, I don't need a save point. I just need the sanity back. We'll see if I put all the right keys in. I see, I call it the gangway for some reason. Nice. That's okay. I guess I forgot to rename it. This light's also incorrect too. Uh-oh. Alright, I'm gonna see if I can... Well, I could have just cheated and made it. That was dumb. I should have just cheated to make up for the... Yeah, but I guess I could try to make it without cheating. Normally, we would just be able to take that door that I couldn't open right back, but technically, you could run back this way too. I haven't set any encounters out here. To be fair, the encounters are too light in general, but I don't want to fly off the building. You leave the building, you die, so don't do that. But why isn't the water down? Oh, maybe it's not beatable. It's not saving the water going down? Also, why are those sticking through there? I have so many questions. Well, find out if it's actually beatable or not. Yeah, I should be able to go down there, but without the water being lowered, technically I'd be cheating, but I guess I'll do it anyway. You just don't get to see how the room plays out. That's weird, because I tested this not long ago and it worked. I wonder what I did wrong. Mess it up. Must just not be saving the things, which means that the other one probably doesn't save too, which was actually one of the bugs I had last time. But last time I tried was like almost 2 months ago, so... No, a month ago. No, I don't know when I last tried. This water should be lowered, but no. So, yeah. Well, if the water was lowered, you would actually walk around down through here. And use the moon to open this door. And then you would have to fail to jump through this somehow? Okay. Apparently I cannot jump through this. You would then be able to jump from plant to plant in order to stay above the water, which should be at about the level of these plants here. So we're just pretending. Theater of the mind. If that's even possible. You can see the collision is beautiful. 10 out of 10. Actually kind of weird to tell where I'm going because of the fact it's all bluish. Couldn't have to go into water here, but here we are. Yeah, you would get this key and then you would go back out. You'd have to lower the water again. I'm surprised it didn't save that one room. I could go hit it again real fast, I suppose. If that one key worked, it'd be real easy to do. But I'm assuming the H-slope prevents it from saving it or something. Even though I thought I fixed that. Oh well. Now I would go down here. Well, now it's all the way down where it's supposed to be. Okay, well that's good. It fixed itself in an odd sort of way. Oh, this is the bulkhead. There you go. I didn't remember that was the bulkhead. I haven't even named this room yet, as you can tell. Like a champion. I have this key, so I could open that whenever I wanted. Apparently that can't be opened all the way, huh? Good to know. One second, I'm gonna run over here to a light I know is here. I did put encounter tables in this room, so... Stuff will spawn here. I just didn't put it in for most of the rooms, so until I actually put it in, it doesn't know to spawn anything, so it just doesn't spawn anything. Not ideal. I didn't account for this being this close to the door. I really didn't. Can I just jump that high? No, but I might be able to jump from here. Okay, I got a bunch of cheater toys, so if I need to cheat my way up, it is possible. Wow. Apparently I've been running for an hour and 14 minutes to get to this point. Is that true? I guess so. The game timer says so. So now you know, it's much longer than I thought. Even without enemies. No, no! Okay, I'm just gonna cheat my way up with Spider-Man ability. Or not. We. Apparently I'm caught by the rope. That's why. I was like, why am I floating around? Because the hangman doesn't shut off yet. Now the skeleton's washing the brig. Very exciting. Is there working lights in here? Should be, right? Good. It's important, no working lights. And I mean, I actually have an ability to just cheat now, if I want. That reverses the curse effect, so technically I could just run anywhere if I wanted. Fun to use it though, but you actually get the first version of the devil here where you can shoot fireballs. That I remember. Very recent addition. I'm sure the key order here is ridiculous. It makes no sense. He's not even in here yet, so I don't even know if he has the key yet. I think I told him to spawn it, then didn't tell him to spawn him. Yeah, whatever gets the job done, right? Like a speedrunner. Accurate. Okay, now the water's been fixed by the other one there. Oh no, I didn't remember. Weird. Hiding. Oh, should hide in the light. Not really hiding. Those enemies aren't that bright. Thankfully in Metroidvania's enemies are usually stupid, so that does kind of help. If the enemies are stupid, well, bosses usually aren't stupid, but regular enemies are usually pretty. One-trick ponies at best. Well, sometimes they have a couple tricks, but for the most part, they're pretty dumb. They'll kind of go after you. The flying ones don't have a very good AI for hunting things down, though. Yeah, this is what it should have been, but instead it was up higher. So this is the last one. Should have put it at this level, and I should be able to jump from thing to thing. But it's like one off or something. I gotta fix the collision on the thing so bad. It's okay. Job 1, finish building it. Job 2, polish it. Or actually, optimize it. Job 3, polish, you know? All that. And the water would have normally been... Actually, the water is lowered, so I actually could just go the right way. I just forgot what the right way was, because... Well, to be fair, while I tested these rooms initially just by themselves, I didn't test it in much of a line other than one time. And not all this was even here then. And the third one is down there? Yeah, okay, I remember what's at. I'm reminding myself now, it's like, where was that even at? Oh, I remember. I do now. I moved it from being that room over there to a different room. Why am I using the moon? I don't know. Oh, I know why, because I wanted to open that door. Moon doors. We just avoiding the crap collision between those things because apparently they're not that great. And armed with this, you could get finally into the bottom section where the Emperor is. Well, hear me out. You should be able to do that. But somehow the button is stuck inside here. I hit it anyway. Haha! I was wondering if I could. I was like, maybe it's slightly poking out. We got this. Anything in here? I don't use this one. It's so bad at hitting these little bars. Like it can, but it's pretty bad at it. Easier to shoot the sides. And once you've loaded it the final time, you can actually go after the Emperor, which is all the way in the underworld. A super secret map below the secret garden. Yeah, once I have enemies actually spawning regularly and not just every once in a blue moon, mostly when I put the encounter tables in, and the fact that the average player will have no idea where to go, I think this will take a lot longer to play through than I'm going to make it look, I would assume. Unless you remembered every way I just went. If you remember all that, congratulations. I don't remember what I just did, so... there you go. About that. Imagine unironically remembering things you just did. Who does that? That's weird. Whee. Technically, there's no water. That's right. I would have lowered the water enough that it didn't matter anymore. Oh, it's a moon door, my bad. Sometimes I thought it was a destroyable grate. Not a destroyable grate, moon door. Gotta put them somewhere, right? Okay, that's kind of annoying. I should probably lower them a bit so you can just step on them. And then you get into the final area of this. Well, the final area of the secret garden, anyway. Can you make it past this? Wait, what the? Yeah, that's not even possible, so I'm glad that I checked that. That's not possible. Okay, well, we'll pretend like it was. I'll just stand here and pretend like it was. Okay, that should be raised up. I wonder what happened, why those got lowered. Anyway. Nobody saw that. There you go. That's my explanation for what just happened. Nobody saw it. Can't seem to target this. I can't see it. Alright, over here. What are you saying? Hey, WannaCryvirus, you on back on my journey to learn game dev? Oops, caps. Plus I made myself some Japanese curry rice. Nice. Well, you're in the right place to learn, hopefully, game dev. I mean, I like to pretend like I make games. It could just be me like in front of a camera the whole time and some like secret shadow person programming the whole game. That'd be crazy. Can you imagine that kind of dedication? That'd be impressive. I'm just saying, I'm impressed. I realized I had some alcohol left. I'm just saying. That may or may not be helping out with my awesome platforming capabilities. Oh, wait, did I? Oh, that's a mistake I've made. Okay, well, it used to be you'd have the High Priestess here. And I'm just going to play like I do because I can't even remember what the other one gave me, but I now realize the High Priestess would be required here. And I forgot about it. I started putting in uses for it, and this was one of them. Not right here, but it's just Empress stuff here. Does it make you go on one last journey to try to not hate yourself by falling in the water? This qualifies as the hardest room in the game, as far as I can tell. So far. Don't worry, I'll do something more obnoxious later, I'm sure. So the High Priestess reveals things that are invisible. You could still use them. They're really there. It's just, well, they're invisible. And they'll start looking at things and, you know, beeping. And use it, it reveals them. Of course, the ceiling is so low in here, double jump is actually a detriment, but I also need to fix some of these rocks that are now too low to make this possible. Gotta get over here to get this button. That counts as being in the water, huh? Yeah, okay, well, there's a lot of I need to fix these things. It does cost curse to do this, so try not to run out of it by leaving that on where you stand there and get your sanity back. Or you're gonna have to try to remember where they're at. I mean, you can still use them. There's nothing stopping you. These are already still set, huh? Actually, I'm gonna wait by this thing here. I would have just died there, but that's okay. Yeah, I gotta fix some of these rocks. Some of them are just a little too ridiculously low. Like that one is... It's not where I can't even make that jump. I wonder if I lowered them by accident or something. Maybe. Maybe. Huh. Wow. I looked over at the chat. I'm bad at my own game. This room is so hard. Your pretty game engine's got a little better bug-wise game talk now. Nice. Throat's starting to hurt from talking so much. I've been maybe streaming a bit much. Huh. Well, as soon as I get done with this, I'll probably have to raid out anyway. I was already supposed to do that, but I decided to keep it because of the raid. Oh, what am I doing? Actually, I can make it. So bad at this. And this is where you get the Emperor, which would be unlocked in there. I'm just falling in the water over and over. It didn't even unlock correctly either. Nice. Then once you had the Emperor, you'd be immune to water and you could just run out. You're like, whatever, I don't care anymore. I would have died like 10 times in this run so far. Yeah, with the Emperor enabled, you just be able to jump in the water and just start running. You're like, whatever, I don't care anymore. And that's what this effect is that I've just had enabled the whole time. There's actually a secret back there, but I didn't bother to get it. I'm skipping every secret, by the way, for the most part. It's just getting the taros necessary to beat the game. This will take a lot longer if I had to get all the secrets too. Hang out by this for a sec. And now with the Emperor, you would hit all the buttons. This NPC that spawns in. To fill back up the sunken depths to swim through. I've been skipping optional rooms too, so. Some don't even have keys, but otherwise I'm just skipping. Why does that say the sunken depths on it? I have questions. Did this water save? I wonder if it did. We'll find out in a second. Well, now I want to actually raise it up, but it's supposed to be lowered, so you have to raise it back up yourself. That's giving you even more to do. Yeah, I didn't save. Damn. Something screwed up about that. Well, I'm supposed to hit the buttons and raise it up, so technically it's up now. Cool. And with it raised up, you can just swim in the water. You can also jump across it. Boing. 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 It's so weird. I spent all this time making certain that would save, and now it doesn't save anymore. This room currently has no real function other than just looking like a bunch of stuff. There was going to be a boss here, but I took her out because it's going to be in a different area. Key? Other key? Giant light source? I put the key there for this thing, but I didn't make it do anything. Nice. I need to get to the treasure room next. Alright, does this light even work? We can't even lock that. I have questions. Well, let me go over and get some light again real quick. Am I not in the light? I thought it was. Lights have no range. As you can tell, we're well past the rooms that are even remotely well set up at this point. There's a couple rooms that are pretty good, but the distances are kind of far apart. I also have no stat upgrades. Like, you would have stat upgrades by this point. You would not be using just base stats like I do. Which matters a lot when dealing with the sanity problem. I already picked up Sally's treasure key, though technically I don't even know which order these things are in. We'll find out all together. Got this in the brig. Oh, this is where the High Priestess currently got moved to. Dancing. 10K hours in the game, Dev? I'd say probably 5K would be pretty accurate. 10K seems like way too more than I have done. I'd say about a good 2,500 was probably into RPG Maker, and I'm sure I put at least 2,500 of those, maybe a little longer. I'd say 6K at the max that I've ever put into it. Definitely not 10K. That's... I ain't there yet. By the time this game is done, I'll be there. That's true. Halfway becoming a master? Pretty much, yeah. All these squares make a circle. All talks to me, it knows. Knows. I didn't get this key yet, right? Or did I? I did. So I would be skipping the optional area and just getting right to where the boss is. But I can go the optional area first, I suppose. Thanks. I'll go to the optional area first and I'll come back. I'll probably be ending my stream after going up to that other area, but... Oh, I don't even have a broken compass key. I don't even know where it is then. Okay, well, never mind then. I just wasted a bunch of time for no reason. Nice. Wizard 101? I vaguely remember that game. Haven't heard it mentioned in so long. I played it briefly, I think. It's an MMO game that was pretty simple if memory serves. We were bored one day. I don't remember too much about it, but yeah. This technically sends you to up to the first floor, by the way. In case you want to go to the first floor. You can shortcut through the building. I don't know why I added that. So I have no way into the broken compass, huh? That's weird. I thought for certain I did. Where's the key here? Oh, Toy City. Okay. Toy City does not have keys everywhere. I don't think so. But technically that would let me go to the next area. I put it here because the boss doesn't really have any kind of attack setup yet. That'll be how you get to chapter 3. So other than the save issue and one of the doors having a lock that forced me to go around, it wasn't really any game-breaking bugs. The save issue is obviously pretty game-breaking. I don't know what I did to break that. But... And of course the boss, I just stole some attacks from the other boss. I'm going to drop in the water now like an idiot. So she's not actually really rigged to fight me particularly, but you can at least see her. Also made the skeletons watch you, because why not? She just stole the attacks from the first boss, but she doesn't have all of them because she doesn't have the arena the first boss has to use the attacks, so. I'm gonna make it so that the skeletons can attack you, like those, the giant skulls will shoot fire at you and like you have to destroy their eyes or something in order to stop them. He levitates the lanterns away, so you have to sit there and use the Hierophant. That's actually programmed in. I do still have a Discord, yeah. It's it should be linked at the top of the chat. I usually link at the top of the chat. I have to give her a thing so she doesn't fall in the water, by the way. A little secret she usually does, and then... Yeah, about that. She's like, I fell in the water again. Yay! Yeah, you'll fight her here. She'll summon minions. Then you fight her on her boat in the ship in a bottle. And that'll be pretty much where the ending fight of this is. Maybe tomorrow I'll work on boss stuff. I do need to work on her. Today I was building a lot of chapter 3's layout as I could. Maybe I'll fight her on the boat. I mean, that's minus getting any secret or any of the extra abilities or anything of the sort. That's everything necessary to go through the second chapter. You'll probably want to grab a bunch of abilities, and I used a bunch of cheater abilities, and it broke a couple times with the water thing and the save thing, but... I wonder how long that even took. I wasn't keeping track, but probably quite a while. There's no clock in here to test, so... Actually, wait. That says an hour and 3 minutes. I think the other things are wrong. About an hour to get to this point. But I mean, with knowing exactly where to go, the enemy's not spawning in, no story. Not getting any of the secrets. I think it'll take a lot longer than that. I ain't finished yet. But anyway, oh, and some blueprint errors weren't anything all that bad. But yeah, that's largely going to be chapter 2. Once I go through and add additional little rooms in and start putting in obstacles and things, I mean, I'm pretty certain it'll take quite a bit. Actually, I didn't even go into this room because I didn't have a key for it. I don't know where I put the key for it. I'm losing digital keys now. It's a restaurant. You can even turn the faucets on and off. Same thing's true in the bathrooms. I didn't bother to go into them, but in case you want to take a bath or something. This has become my de facto battle arena lately. Well, on the second chapter. The third chapter is usually just wherever I'm at, but... Doesn't have so much health. Well, I guess I increased the strength of the Empress, didn't I? And they're floating. Oh god. How can you float? I have so many questions. Also, I fell in the water thing there. I should probably be using this one so I can heal up. It's actually a fourth heal in the other front. There's actually 4 heals now. I don't use C++ at all. Absolutely none. It's all blueprints all the time. Oh yeah, it took forever. Like 15 months or something. Well, blueprints are really easy. It's when you use like C++ that things take a long time and you never get your project done. That's what I've found. Just judging by the people I've seen using it, it takes a long time. It's not very efficient. It's probably performance-wise more efficient. That might be true, but in watching people use it, oh god, it takes so long to do anything. Yeah, that's just, it adds a huge learning curve too. Blueprint's a little faster to learn. But yeah, blueprints make it pretty quick, pretty easy to iterate things. I get 60 FPS when I'm not streaming. A lot of the lag I have right now, even though, well, this area is not optimized at all, but a lot of my problem is simply my computer is just not powerful enough to do all this. So you could take Quinn and put her in a like big old a default open world, and I don't even get, I get like I think 70 FPS or something. Whereas you put Poppet there and she gets something like 60, so I lose like 10 FPS for the whole, for Poppet basically. But she's almost the whole game by herself, so I ran out of Sandy. I was just running around anyway. But yeah. Yeah, I got like over 200 streams now on a thing on YouTube, like a playlist of building this game. So you can see all the blueprints I've done. A lot. That's a good question, Jens. I really don't know. I mean, there are people who are just like, oh my god, you know, C++, the only way, blah, blah, blah. And they'll tell you that it makes this huge amount of difference. But their games never have any kind of graphical anything to really use any resources. So yes, your game with nothing in it probably runs fantastic, I guess. So like so I can't really tell. My goal is to hit 60 FPS on my computer. That's good enough for me, right? If your computer's amazing, you'll probably get better. Any more than that, I don't care. 60's fine. Actually, my goal is to finish the game. That's the real goal. Finish the damn game. And so, I've been hard at it. But I'm a blueprint heathen, so I just use blueprints the whole time. Very good. And of course, I didn't show the painting world to the new people, so I'll show them. I probably got to raid out because I got to have a crown I got to get, and I'm going to have to get it in a fairly short period of time, so. The difference isn't much on roommate. Did they? Dude, you should link that in the freaking Discord for me. I'm curious to see it because, I mean, people act like blueprints aren't just C++ in a can, but they are. They're just C++ in a can. Like, how much less efficient are they? I don't think the time and effort it takes to code in C++ really makes up for, like, it's so much more time. And the FPS gain is so little that I don't think it's worth it. But that's me. Talk from Ari. Right. I appreciate it. I definitely would love to see that because, again, it's like a topic that's super hotly, you know, talked about. And it's like, they're like, you're going to learn C++. No, I'm not. I'm not going to do it. Sorry, I'm not. I want to finish my game. I'm not taking X months to learn another language, to learn syntax, basically, when I could just finish the game. Yeah. Oh yeah, Painting World, for those people who haven't seen it. I need to log off anyway after all. I'm starting to lose my voice. So much talking lately. Yep, it's Tinka, the ghost in the paintings. She's just floating or doing her thing. Like, oh. And I've retooled it to be just, well, it's got a lot more Steam now. Yay, Steam. Now it just has all the paintings that connect to all the places. I'll probably have some other little extra things in here that are interesting, but maybe an outfit change or something. In the Poppet box. Added art in. Actually, the art was up here originally. Yeah, I shrunk this down, so this area will be basically just about done after a couple embellishments and just setting up player starts and connecting all these paintings to various places in the world, which doesn't take long. I just haven't made the places to connect to yet. So, that's the thing. Anyway. And of course, there's the, like, I think it takes about 2.5 hours now to beat the first map. No story, and I know where to go. That one's actually pretty well set up, though. Wrong map. It'll be the fourth map. Like, that one is almost completely, like, it's pretty polished. It had almost no major bugs. Like, it had, actually, no major bugs. It just had some little dumb bugs that were, like, not game-breaking in any way, shape, or form. No story added yet, though, so that doesn't need to be put in. And I haven't put in tutorials yet, for a lot of it. You feel like Blueprint's zone code language? Yeah, it's basically just a different type of syntax. What makes it faster is that you don't have to type out syntax. I used to do JavaScript. I know what it's like to type out a whole bunch of code. If you don't believe me, I used to make plugins for RPG Maker, and I have like 50 some odd streams on YouTube documented making dumb plugins for it. So I used to type out code. I know how long it takes. It's not quick at all. I know how bad syntax errors can be. That sucks too. So I used Visual Studio Code, so syntax errors were not usually a problem, but they did happen sometimes. When it thought the syntax was fine. Yeah, it just takes extra time, whereas just dragging a node out just doesn't. It's just a lot faster. And it's a lot easier to move things around, too. So that's, I mean, I don't think anyone would argue that Blueprints is faster to implement. Even the most hardcore of C++ person would agree that they're faster to implement stuff. Most people also agree that they're a little less efficient as far as performance. At least a little. Some amount. Apparently Epic says only a little, so I haven't seen the video yet, but if that's the case, then well, even less reason to learn C++. But yeah, like that's why I'm so far ahead of where I'm at. It's because it's so quick to do blueprints. It just is. I mean, don't get me wrong. I've had to do a lot of optimization and redo things in ways that were smarter than the first time. But keep in mind that this is also my first Unreal game too, so I was learning the engine along the way. Did I do it the right way every time? No, I didn't. I did a lot of dumb. Got documented dumb. I have like a couple thousand hours of documented stupid that I did. I just assume everything I did was dumb. Saves time. Yeah. That's how I learn, yeah. I just got to break it till I make it, you know? It's pretty good. And it's been getting there. I mean, you know, my world's coming along well. In reality, if someone else was playing this game, there's probably like 6+ hours of gameplay for them at this point. I would assume. No story. I'm probably going to add in a few more things, even to the first area, but I would assume since they won't know where to go, and it's Metroidvania, so Metroidvanias don't typically tell you. They give you a map that you uncover as you go, and you just explore until you find stuff. But they're not like on rails ever. So, as you saw the winding path it took to get through the second chapter, how are you going to know to go out that window where I did there? I mean, eventually you'll notice a window is available to open. There's other ways you could go. There's also like rooms that are like red herrings and stuff like that, or just weird places to go that are extras and things. Yeah. If you aren't going the straight path, like the right path, it's going to take a while. So, yeah, started losing my voice a little bit. But yeah. Anyway, I'm probably gonna call it at that point because, like I say, I gotta get basically I have a temporary crown, and they're gonna replace it today with the real crown, so I gotta go get that done. And then I'm gonna be real sad while my mouth is numb for a while. It's also supposed to be 106 degrees Fahrenheit today, so it's gonna be miserable. What a day! But I'll be back tomorrow. Oh, anyway, those people know the game's called Poppet Quest. If you like what you saw, you know, follow, subscribe, join the Discord, you know, whatever you want to do, or don't. I mean, thanks for watching anyway. I'm just happy you're here. I'll be back tomorrow, about 9 hours earlier than this, give or take a few minutes, depending upon how long work goes, because I basically wander back and right after work and then start streaming, so sometimes work runs a little long. But yeah, I will send the YouTube people and kick people off to do whatever, and then I will raid the Twitch people out to someone. So bye-bye, Kick and YouTube people. I will see you tomorrow if you decide to show up. You showed up at terrible times, Ian. I'm literally just heading out, so I'll catch you later, Ian. And yeah. And